defense, it is also practical philosophy, a way of one's self-development, both physically and mentally. When I joined Kickstart Kids, I learned to be confident in myself, to be disciplined and empathetic. It also helped me find a passion and a goal in life. It led me to want to leave a legacy on this road. Kickstart gave me a place to be myself, to become better than yesterday. Kickstart led me to find people in my life that cared about me, respect me, and drive me to become the best version of myself possible. Kickstart helped me become the prime example that you shouldn't be ashamed of yourself, whether it's personality or appearance. Nobody is considered perfect, but rather unique. What makes you unique is natural. There is no need to change for people to accept you. The right crowd will love you for who you are. Kickstart helped me change. Kickstart helped me find that out.
Thank you. Annabeth Golden, are you here? Annabeth, there you.
Hello. Many, if not all, of the people here today have heard the horror stories of the prison-like. Many, if not all, of the people here today have heard the horror stories of the prison-like practices Miles has instituted at his prized NES schools. However, high-achieving students are also facing unexpected consequences of Miles's recklessness. Instead of focusing on their growth as academics, students like me are more focused on what Miles is going to do next. Tonight, I was invited to the GT Project Expo for my award-winning capstone project that was very close to my heart. But instead, I'm here because the absurd actions of Mike Miles became a more urgent issue than sharing something I spent months on and learning from my peers who did the same. If Miles had a true interest in my outcomes and progress, I wouldn't be standing here today speaking before you. Thus, until the Board of Managers removes Mike Miles as the superintendent, students simply cannot support a bond and will continue to show up to meetings to make that known, even at the expense of our own education. No trust, no bond. Thank you.
Just want to acknowledge that we have Board Member Flowers. Thank you for being here. Okay, next up is Avery Moore.
Hello, my name is Avery Moore, and I am in 3rd grade in HISD. Today I will speak on librarians. Having a librarian in my school is important to me because my librarian suggests books to read that are bigger and better. My librarian has also helped me by coaching my Name That Book team. The books we read have helped me to build up my stamina for reading. If my school did not have a librarian, I would feel sad because I would not get to check out new books each week with my class. I would also feel unsettled because our giant library would be too quiet. Please keep librarians in our schools to help kids like me.
Next up is Madeline Vatcher. Madeline, there you are.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the school board. I'm here today to advocate for the inclusion of Kickstart Kids Karate program as a valuable program for us middle school students. Karate isn't just about physical movements, it's about building character and resilience. For students like me, karate provides a structured environment where we can learn discipline, respect, and hard work. For example, I had a goal to get straight A's, and I was committed to working hard without any other motivation other than the discipline I learned from karate. These skills are essential both inside and outside the classroom. Moreover, karate boosts confidence. As we progress through the ranks, earning belts through hard work and dedication, we develop a sense of achievement and belief for our abilities. I would have never been brave enough to come up here before karate. This confidence translates into better academic performance and a healthier mindset, according to a study in the Journal of Sport and Health Science. We're equipping ourselves with essential life skills that serve us well beyond our school years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Let's see. I believe we have 3 students on Zoom. Let's go ahead and get those folks teed up.
Suhani Duarte, please turn your camera on and you may begin. Dr. Anita Wadwa, is Suhani Duarte available?
Legs.
There we go.
Are you ready for Suhani?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay.
Mr. Miles, ever since you came unfairly to HISD unelected, all you've done is act like a dictator. You have all the power while the board of managers puts rubber stamps everything you say, except instead of force or violence, your weapons are removal and change. Removal, like removing libraries, books, and librarians, principals and teachers who did nothing wrong but their jobs, which they learned how to do correctly before NES, free writing, and the latest wraparound specialists. Also change, bad change, like firing certified teachers, hiring uncertified teachers, and changing the curriculum to a script. Almost every week we found out that the new superintendent has again affected our district. Please, BOM, change something so we don't have to keep saying that you rubber stamp what Mr. Miles says, because eventually we won't trust you at all. No trust, no bond.
Adita Sage Bittner, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Wait. I know, but we got to turn this off, otherwise. Hold on a minute. Hold on. We're coming. Hold on. You just got to turn off the video. Okay, there we go. All right, there you go.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Many content teachers have been there for a lot of years. They make sure that we read books, go on field trips, and even learn to care for chickens in the chicken coop. I want to thank our very active PTO who support our teachers. The PTO hosts book fairs twice a year, Content Fridays with treats after school twice a month, an annual fall carnival, boosterthon, and fundraising gala, and activities throughout the year like UIL Academics, Name That Book, and Odyssey of the Mind. Content is great, but it may not last. The agenda items with over 10 pages of HIS groups that to possibly be closed makes me concerned for me, my classmates, and future HISD kids. Our PTO would pay for more certified teachers if they could, because they know the importance of having a professional teach their children. I wish you all value teachers the same way. Thank you.
We have another student in person, Isabella Perez. Is Isabella here? Okay, that concludes student speakers, Mr. Campo. Isabella?
I have two more on my
Okay.
list here, too.
There she's
Okay,
here.
there you go, Isabel. Come on up.
First off, happy Teacher Appreciation Week. My name is Isabella Perez, and I'm an AP student in HISD, and I'm speaking on behalf of a teacher for item 14. To HISD, I will be resigning from my position as a teacher within this district. The micromanagement and refusal to treat teachers as professionals has rendered my efforts futile. I refuse to continue partaking in an institution that values bureaucracy, showmanship, and wanton microaggressions over empathy, mutual respect, and understanding. The disregard for both students and educators is disgraceful. I leave with a heavy heart, mourning the potential squandered under your mismanagement. May this letter serve as a wake-up call to address the systemic issues poisoning our schools. Until then, I wash my hands of this toxic environment, seeking refuge somewhere else. Sincerely, HISD teacher of 9 years.
Luis Aviles are you here? We have you on the list, but I don't know if you checked in or not. No? Okay. And Theodore Ferrer. Theodore Ferrer? Okay, evidently not. Okay, that concludes our student portion. I see that Trustee Savant Moore has joined us. Welcome and great to have you. You want to come up and come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Happy Teacher Appreciation. Happy Mother's Day. I won't see you on Sunday. This is my son. He's 13 years old, has a 4.0 GPA. He received an $80,000 scholarship to the top boarding school in America. He got into Carnegie. But unfortunately, at his school, that's an NES school, he won't have an 8th grade graduation. I hope that someone can change that because he deserves to have his name called and all the other students. There was a little girl. She experienced her first period, and the wraparound specialists were the ones that gave her the pads that she needed. We need those wraparound specialists. There's elementary kids in my district that are using porta potties. Why does my son have on this jacket? Because his room is extremely cold. He's also a property owner. He pays property taxes. He challenged me, should we vote to get this bond passed? And he said, Dad, you know what? To build trust, let's have a planning committee that has every elected official on that planning committee that helps to implement this bond. So we make sure that my son and other children in my community actually get the resources because we haven't received those resources for decades. So we expect y'all to be that real change. But please support him. Give him his graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call agenda speakers to the microphone in groups, beginning with the agenda speakers 1 through 10. So if you want to come up and sit in the front, that would be efficient and helpful. Thank you. We have seats in the front, so let's go ahead and do that. Again, please, when you do come up to the microphone, please state your name before beginning your remarks. So speaker 1 can come to the microphone, please. Do you need some help with that? Yeah, let's get somebody to help with that microphone, please. Thank you. Here we go. He's coming.
Testing. Michelle Colivard, HISD mom. I have fond memories of sitting with my elementary school classmates while my school librarian read to us. She fondered my love of reading, and I wanted to become a writer. One year, she brought in an award-winning Vietnamese author. I became fascinated by tales from other lands, and I wanted to become an anthropologist. By 5th grade, I was convinced I had read every single book in that library. I was born with spina bifida and experienced many challenges growing up. Medical bills added up after 20 surgeries. But books in school libraries were always there for me for free. And libraries became my escape pod from reality, and later, my launch pad to a successful career. At-risk kids face many challenges, but exposure to reading programs and musical instruction as well have the power to help kids escape their circumstances. Decades of empirical evidence demonstrates that such programs robustly contribute to student achievement. Stop cutting funding for school librarians and music programs. I won't be voting for a school bond otherwise.
Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Hello. There we go. Shannon Swoop, I'm speaking on number 4. I'm a parent to 2 HISD students at a non-NES elementary school. I have spent my career in higher education and healthcare on transformational and optimization projects. They too are facing and have faced elimination of federal funds. Effective budget management is paramount for closing the 2035 competency skills gaps of creativity, critical thinking, teamwork, problem solving, and resiliency while ensuring financial sustainability. I encourage HISD to build a budget, not take an F. Miles axe to the previous budget. This work is really hard. This requires analyzing expenditure patterns, identifying areas of inefficiency, delaying capital expenditures, utilizing data to make decisions, and reallocating existing funds. This process involves streamlining administrative processes and consolidating programs and leveraging technology to automate tasks. Implementing a transparent budget process fosters accountability and community trust. Collaborative efforts among all parties are crucial to developing budgets that align with our educational objectives and reflect high-performing standards. No transparency, no trust.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Hi, Tish Ochoa, HISD mom. My plan tonight was to talk about budget concerns, the fact that principals do not have formula calculations, the fact that the district won't answer standard public information requests, the fact that administration lied to the DAC in our last meeting by saying that formulas and subsidies would remain the same. They haven't. But the decimating of our communities that is happening on campus this week is worse than anything that I thought was possible. Huge swaths of teachers being put up for file review and principals of well-rated schools being forced to resign or go up for review. It's enough. We are done. As a longtime supporter of public schools with a child at a school that desperately needs repair, I want to vote for a bond. But I recognize that this is bigger than my child or our community. It is now my personal mission to convince everybody I know to not vote for a bond in HISD. If you don't care about our kids or our educators or our families, maybe you'll care about the billions of dollars. No trust, no bond.
Speaker number 4.
Volunteer with HISD for 51 years. I want to ask you, Miles, to please stop getting rid of our programs that help our kids. Stop getting rid of our teachers that love our students. I was under the impression that y'all were here to help us, but it seems like y'all are here to dismantle our schools. I think it's time for us to visit with Greg Abbott since he's behind all this. It's sad to know that he does not care about our kids' education. And if what he wants is a fight is what he's going to get, because we're not going anywhere. We're here to stay.
Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Good evening. I'm Jackie Edison, president of the Houston Federation of Teachers, speaking for a teacher who fears retaliation. What do these things have in common? Libraries lost to discipline centers, field trips eliminated, experienced successful teachers leaving at twice the previous rate, resulting in brain drain out of our classrooms. Some of the leading principals in the nation placed at risk of losing their jobs due to a subjective evaluation system. School nurses' jobs threatened. Thriving learning communities destroyed because teachers or administrators who know and care for their students are being removed. Meanwhile, triple the number of HISD employees at Hattie Mae White making more than $200,000. Mike Miles is what they have in common. Does he need to destroy the district to make NES schools appear successful? Should non-NES schools' children bear the brunt of this experiment? Shouldn't all students have what they need to thrive in an education that is safe? Protect our children, hold Mike Miles accountable, deny the...
Thank you. Speaker number 6. We have 6. It'd be Alice David, yeah.
I'm a mom of 2 with a foot and a half out the HISD door. Yet I'm compelled to speak today because I was evidently a fool, genuinely optimistic of the TEA takeover. I knew a lot was wrong within HISD for some time, despite my kids benefiting from their education here. Tragically, HISD has gone from the proverbial bad to worse. Mr. Miles, you are not here for the good of the children, the greatest good. You and those who hired you have a different agenda, and to accomplish that, you are terrorizing our principals, our teachers, and our children. Board of Managers, please do the right thing. Realize that you're being used in this shameful dismantling of public education in the state of Texas, and help us change this course. You will go down in history as accomplices to the toppling of the 8th largest school district in the country. You will be remembered for the demise of HISD, not all that or those that came before you. Lastly, no trust, no bond.
Speaker number 7, and those of you who are speakers 11 through 20, you can come up at the front now too if you'd like. You may begin. Go ahead.
I'm Jessie Dugan, and I'm a mother to twin 4-year-olds who will be enrolled in HISD next year. I'm here to speak about Agenda Item 4, Community Engagement. With this agenda item, you are proposing to engage the community when the community is already well engaged. You're planning to ask us empty questions when we have already told you the answer. It's over for you. We are ready to take back our district. There's only 12 of you, while there's over 100 of us, parents and community members, and that number continues to grow. As for the students, they've been telling you how they feel by protesting on your campuses. Now students have started protesting nationwide. You really think you can control them by administering too many tests? You have yet to realize that you are no longer testing the students. The students are now testing you. The students have shown you that they are ready to lead, and I'm ready too. My life was transformed a few years ago when my son was given his autism diagnosis. I accepted the call to serve, but I also recognized that I needed to be stronger, so I started training and getting to work. Meanwhile, you reject your call to serve by being complicit in this corrupt system. You continue to inject yourself with the poison of white Christian nationalism and minister to you by
Thank you.
Greg Abbott, and it drives you from the inside.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker come up, please? Your time is up. Your time is up.
My name is Serena Houlihan, and I'm a mother of 3 at HISD. I have been coming to these meetings for months since this takeover started, and I have been continually disheartened by the Board of Managers' actions. But I have been inspired by the will of this community to fight for our kids' futures. Regarding agenda item number 4, now you are finally ready to listen to us, the parents, the students, the teachers, the taxpayers, the voters. Your plan is simply too little, too late. You have already decimated critical programs like special education, library services, and soon wraparound services. Shame on all of you. Is this really happening in the United States of America? Your treatment of teachers is a national disgrace. It is so easy to feel defeated by this miscarriage of democracy and your gross incompetence, Mr. Miles. But it's clear to me and all of us here that our children and their educators deserve a whole lot better, and we will continue fighting, showing up, and pushing until they get it. Consider
Thank you.
community engaged. No trust, no bond.
Speaker number 9.
My name is Dr. Pamela Bovelin, and I'm also here with Sister Mama Sonia. You know who she is. Thank you to all the teachers and campus leaders who have suffered and continue to suffer under this uncertified leadership and this Board of Managers. My heart bleeds for you with every devastating development. Please vote no on the community engagement plan until you're ready to honestly answer real questions. Scripted responses is not engagement. That is brainwashing. Try being authentic. Vote no on the certifying Miles's created curriculum as being 100% TEKS. You remember your coach told you you didn't need to understand TEKS. So if you don't understand TEKS, how do you know that his curriculum is 100% aligned? Because he said so. Try real hard. Please, vote no on extending $1 billion for moving. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 10.
Good afternoon. I love seeing democracy in action, and it especially brings me pride.
Can you state your name, please?
Say it again?
Can you state your name, please?
Sure. My name is Zachary Reese. I'm a community member and teacher here in HISD. I love seeing democracy in action. It brings me good pride to see what the communities of Harris County are doing. Recently, many communities are educating themselves about the Texas Education Code. This is the same code of laws that allowed the HIC takeover to happen. This will also be the same code of laws that saves us. Chapter 13 allows the community to liberate themselves from HISD. So instead of waiting for the HISD school system to be fixed, which we know won't happen, the communities are collecting signatures, redrawing the maps, and getting ready to vote. When they submit those signatures, HISD will be forced by law to provide an election where the people will vote on the creation of a new school district, allowing the people to say goodbye to HISD and goodbye to the puppets.
Thank you. Speaker number 11.
I'm Christy Michelle Brewster, retired certified school nurse, 35 years, and the former PRS nurse consultant. Yesterday was National School Nurse Day. Thank you, colleagues, for choosing school nursing. That's a specialty that's extremely special because you're taking care of other people's children. First to be called in a student crisis, be it physical or mental, and the very last one to be acknowledged, if ever, and respected. Thanks for continuing to weather this storm, the hostile takeover that we're going through. For the sake of the children and the staff, please continue to adhere to the Nurse Practice Act. You know the guidelines. Even though you may be having a little pushback on your campuses, according to the street committee, that you got to have principal permission to call 911, that you got to have principal permission, state law, to file a CPS report. But keep fighting on, school nurses. Grit your teeth and hang in there for my children. You got to educate your community, communicate with your community.
Thank you.
Document everything.
Thank you. Speaker number 12.
Hello, my name is Diana Candida, here to speak on item 15. I'm a parent of a first grader, and like every parent, want the best for my child. My son's school has been somewhat sheltered from the damage being caused by Superintendent Miles, but that doesn't matter because the reality is that 85 schools are under the NES system, and I am here to speak on behalf of not just my child, but all children. What's being done at NES schools is unconscionable and wrong. Since the takeover, hundreds of teachers have either resigned or are being terminated. You see me every month and think of me as a usual suspect. I will continue to speak out and inform parents on what is actually happening in HISD and hope that one day Board of Managers open their hearts and begin advocating for all of Houston's children too. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 13.
Hi, I'm Brian Combs. I was a student in HISD in the 60s and 70s. I was from a very poor family. We could have used services that you've eliminated. My third grade teacher provided me with all my lunches and all my clothing. And without that relationship with teachers, which there's like a turnover that's incredible from you, you need to step down. People need the relationship with their teachers, and they need the services when they have trouble getting food and clothing.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker number 14.
Good evening. My name is Naysayer and usual suspect number 14 today, but my friends call me Jessie. I spoke about this in December, but I just heard about another school that is preparing for this learning model, so I'm speaking about it again. In one of Mr. Miles' community presentations, he showed a classroom from his charter school network, Third Future Schools. The picture included 50 students in one class. He then spoke about Third Future Schools and how it has Zoom classes where one teacher is teaching two classes, one in Zoom and one in person. Miles then stated in HISD, we can do both. So 50 kids in person, 50 kids on Zoom. Board of Managers, you are continually letting Miles cause harm to HISD students. You have the power to stop it. On this Teacher Appreciation Week, the best thing you can do is fire Mike Miles.
Thank you. Speaker number 15, please.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Martinez. I'm a 12-year HISD parent from Title I schools. I'm here speaking for the wraparound specialists that have been cut. I've seen the important work they've done at my schools and how they improve the educational experience for many students. They provide support to our students at the beginning of the school year, during the holidays, during hardships, and during the summer. I'm asking the Board of Managers to reconsider cutting these positions and instead cut the higher paid positions in the central office. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 16.
Davy Garza reading a letter on behalf of a wraparound specialist. To whom it may concern, I've had the privilege of working as a wraparound resource specialist for the past 2 years. I have helped students overcome obstacles to learning, from rental assistance to food insecurity. Student needs are paramount. On May 2nd, I was informed, along with approximately 170 other specialists, that we would be subject to budget cuts. The elimination of these specialists will have drastic consequences. The primary issue is the 7 Sunrise Centers are not accessible to students who do not have transportation. Raising the distance from the students to the resources they require to succeed is illogical and difficult to sustain. Although there are some who will remain, the work we do on campus cannot be duplicated. We connect with students daily, alleviate barriers in real time, and are easily accessible. Wraparound services play a pivotal role in how students show up in the classroom. And now in my own words, Board of Managers, Mr. Miles, no transparency, no trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 17. And can speakers 20 through 30 come up to the front, please?
My name is Anna Luceriaga. I'm going to be talking about agenda item number 2 on curriculum. I'm an HISD parent, part of the PTA, and a volunteer in the Boy Scouts. My children have access to libraries. They have a significant impact on their curriculum and my child's attitude towards their learning. Librarians, they curate materials like books, databases, websites to supplement the curriculum that assists teachers in their classroom. 7th graders do research at my child's school after being on the computer all day. They get excited about pulling information from nonfiction books that the librarian has sent down on the mobile book carts. The 8th graders, they learn about credibility of sources, checking out new technology, coding, taking advantage of databases, printing for their research. Okay? Libraries touch all facets of our community. More than 300 students showed up for our literacy night. We need our libraries.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker number 18.
My name is Jane Kramers. I'm an HISD parent, and I'm speaking on agenda item 7, as are all of Team Library here tonight. Next year, more than 70,000 students will not have access to library books. This week, at the Waltrip PTO meeting, the superintendent argued that libraries had not improved reading scores. Research has proven otherwise. Until 3 years ago, HISD schools had suffered from decades of neglected libraries with outdated collections that failed to meet state library standards. 95 schools had no library staff at all. 3 years ago, HISD decided that every student deserves a library that meets Texas library standards. It spent more than $15 million in federal ESSA funding on books and other resources. $7.5 million was allocated to schools that will be mostly classified NES next year. We have a responsibility to our students and taxpayers to use this valuable new resource. Books at NES schools are being covered up, put in storage and given away. This $7.5 million investment is wasted if students...
Thank you. Speaker number 19.
Brandy Dowda. I am an HISD librarian at Almeda Elementary School. We purchased $23,816 worth of books. Next year, our students will no longer have a library program. Alcott Elementary School purchased $6,570 worth of books. Anderson Elementary, $96,962. Ashford Elementary, $29,246. Askew Elementary, $19,454. Atherton Elementary, $31,250. Bell Elementary, $23,500. Benavides Elementary, $142,240. Yes, that is correct. All at one school. Every amount is different based upon the age and size of the collection. Berry Elementary, $24,110. Bonner Elementary, $23,000. Blackshear Elementary, $34,232. At these schools, students no longer have access to this investment.
Thank you. Speaker number 2020.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Jennifer Feldman, a pediatrician. I'm also an HISD parent. Continuing the thread from before, Bonham Elementary School purchased $27,000 worth of books for schools. Brevard Elementary, $20,000. Briscoe Elementary, $39,340. Browning Elementary, $26,384. Bruce Elementary, $29,502. Burris Elementary, $63,529. Cage Elementary, $43,264. Codwell Elementary, $20,000. Cook Elementary, $59,279. Durkee Elementary, $138,560. Dogan Elementary, $32,340. De Zavala Elementary, $25,190 worth of books. At these schools, students no longer have access to all these investments.
Thank you. Speaker 21.
My name is Christine Anderson. I'm an HISD taxpayer and parent. 2 years ago, Crockett Elementary didn't have a librarian or current collection. Next year, as an NES school, children won't have access to $62,736 worth of books unless they keep their librarian. Crockett Elementary won Library Program of the Year this year. Give this school a chance to see its return on investment. Forster Elementary, $167,000. Franklin Elementary, $47,800. Gallegos Elementary, $61,000. Garcia Elementary, $184,700. Gulfcrest Elementary, $25,000. Gregg Elementary, $94,000. Gross Elementary, $61,500. Grissom Elementary, $65,000. Harris RP Elementary, $56,700. Harris JP Elementary, $32,000.
Thank you. Speaker number 21.
Good evening. I'm Dawn Cole. I'm an HISD taxpayer, parent, educator, and writer. Henderson Elementary, $75,743. Highland Heights Elementary, $8,368. Hilliard Elementary, $57,104. Hines Caldwell Elementary, $33,456. Hobby Elementary, $80,528. Isaacs Elementary, $78,448. Jefferson Elementary, $40,000. Cashmere Gardens, $70,848. Kelso Elementary, $100,544. Kettleson Elementary, $61,968. Kennedy Elementary, $90,000. Lockhart, $50,400. Longfellow Elementary, $21,712. At these schools, students no longer have access to this investment.
Thank you. Speaker 23.
Good evening. My name is Paula Nino. I am an HISD parent. Luskin Elementary, $31,000. Martinez, $78,288. McGowan, $99,312. Milne, $77,824. Mitchell Elementary, $6,000. Montgomery Elementary, $30,000. North Lane Elementary, $141,392. Oates, $77,424. Osborne, $88,848. Page Elementary, $34,016. Peck, $20,000. Peterson, $109,636. Pleasantville Elementary, $90,000. These are just a few other schools who won't have access to this investment next year.
Thank you. Speaker 24.
Good evening. My name is Christina Fontenot. I'm an HISD taxpayer and an HISD parent. The other schools are Port Houston Elementary, $30,000. Pew Elementary, $117,696. Reynolds Elementary, $29,184. Robinson Elementary, $169,600. Ross Elementary, $50,000. Sanchez Elementary, $32,083. Scroggins Elementary, $26,256. Seguin Elementary, $52,144, where anchor charts cover their shelves until they have visitors, giving the facade that children have access to books. Smith Elementary, $45,000. South Maid Elementary, $50,000. Stevens Elementary, $20,000. At these schools, students no longer have access to this investment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 25.
My name is Elia Martinalvo, and I'm an HISD parent. I'm continuing the list of the elementary schools, and the lists are in thousands of dollars. Thompson, $34,000. Tinsley, $55,000. Valley West, $30,000. Wainwright, $90,000. Wesley, $30,000. Whitby, $177,000. White Elementary, $23,000. Whittier Elementary, $85,000. Woodson, $90,000. Young, $70,000. So together, this is $4,645,100, $300 worth of books that HISD elementary children will not have access to next year, and that just makes me sad. Thank you.
Thank you. 26.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Dalton, an HISD taxpayer and parent. Students who haven't built a love of reading in elementary school do not automatically turn into readers when they get to middle school. Furthermore, students who read a few paragraphs a day in class and only excerpts from books while being interrupted and called upon every 4 minutes to respond to an MRS strategy will not have built up the endurance and persistence to take a 4-hour STAR reading test. Students need library books. Now I'm going on to middle schools. Clifton Middle School, $89,995,000. Cullen Middle School, $41,928. Deedy Middle, $121,986. Edison Middle, $25,110. Fleming Middle, $68,346. Fawnville Middle, $50,000. Forest Brook Middle, $67,878. Gregory Lincoln, $26,000. Holland Middle, $88,210. At these schools, students no longer have access to these investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 27, and can we have speakers 31 through 40 please come up at the front?
My name is Marta Martinez. I'm a HISD taxpayer parent. Key Middle, $90,000. Rolando Martinez, Lawson Middle, $45,000. McReynolds Middle, $49,662. Jeanette Garza. Navarro Middle, $100,746. Ortiz Middle, $25,000. Project Chrysalis, $40,000. Reagan, $21,000. Paula Mendoza. Thomas Middle, $108,414. Mr. Riven. Welch Middle School, $70,910. Williams Middle, $45,000. Austin High School, Mama Mara, Michelle Cruz Arnold, $40,000. Fur Middle School, $179. Yes, Ms. Cassandra, I see you. $179,172. At these schools, students will no longer have access to this investment. Mr. Camp.
Thank you. Speaker number 28.
Christina DeHaven, HISD taxpayer and parent, continuing on the high school list of wasted funds. Houston MSTC High, $137,292. High School for Law and Justice, over $40,000. Liberty High, $30,000. Long Academy High, $35,000. Madison High, $90,000. Northside High, $80,000. At Sterling High School, more than 5,500 books were relocated to HELC to make way for the NES model. Other books were removed. Scarborough High, over $77,000. Wheatley High, $100,000. And the grand finale, Westbury High with $440,000, $592. What benefits children more, matching furniture in the district office or a librarian who can make sure students have equal access with these $500,000 investments?
Thank you. Speaker number 29.
Good evening, Ann Furs, HISD taxpayer. HISD is wasting millions of taxpayer dollars in library resources that are highly unlikely to benefit students next year because those library programs no longer exist. Libraries must complement, not be replaced by, the science of reading. Our recent investment should be used to support the district reading curriculum by promoting a genuine interest in and love of reading. Next year, HISD's more affluent schools will continue to have well-stocked, professionally staffed libraries, and of course, higher star scores. Yet HISD is dismantling libraries in schools in high-poverty neighborhoods and throwing away this huge investment in literacy. This perpetuates the history of inequity in HISD that our multi-million-dollar investment was designed to address. When we remove library programs, we are betraying our taxpayers and we are failing our children.
Thank you. Speaker number 30.
My name is Andrea Llerena. I am one of the wraparound specialists who was fired last Thursday along with 208 of my esteemed colleagues. This is a great disservice not only to my students, but to the community. Wraparound specialists directly impact student outcomes by providing on-campus support, not just for food and clothing, but for mental health, life coaching, drug and alcohol prevention programs, and hundreds of community stakeholder partnerships. The 7 Sunrise Centers cannot serve the needs of the nearly 150,000 economically disadvantaged students and roughly 7,000 homeless students. These centers are not accessible to families without transportation. The hours do not permit access after work. Some families do not feel comfortable going elsewhere because I have worked hard to build rapport with them and they trust me to help. I've done everything from getting needy students $150 for basic needs to helping a family replace a broken window for free after a storm. For the sake of all students, please bring back wraparound specialists to all campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 31.
Megan Stearman, HISD parent. Thank you for working to finally improve our community engagement. However, the engagement plan that was proposed is lacking in several key areas, and I urge you not to approve it in its current form. The plan does not provide an inclusive nor accessible solution to community engagement. Defaulting sessions to Hattie Mae White favors certain demographics and does not provide geographic access for our large and diverse district. We need more channels, virtual options, translation support, and additional locations to reach all stakeholders. There is also no plan for how the feedback will be used and incorporated. Transparency isn't just about sharing information. It's about demonstrating responsiveness. Show the community how our input shapes decision. Transparency builds trust. I implore you not to approve the engagement plan as is. It is a one-size-fits-all approach that does not work for HISD. Please honor the diverse nature of our district and explore making changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 32.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Estes. I'm a parent of 2 HISD students. I'm a widow of a former HISD educator. I'll be speaking on behalf of an educator who would wish to remain anonymous. This is an experienced educator. As a bilingual educator with 8 years experience, I've absolutely loved teaching. Every day I recognize how my students have positively impacted my life. I'm appalled at the decisions of injustice, discrimination, and child abuse determined by Mr. Miles and the school board. I have adhered to the instructional guidelines, but it's been difficult for my students to perform well when many struggle with reading fluency. Removing library books and the evaluation literacy books used to assess students' reading levels sends the message that reading isn't important in our lives. My students need support to help become fluent readers to be successful now and in the future. What you have done is a total mockery to HISD and citizens of Houston, surrounding areas, and especially all children. Restore the library, stop the discrimination.
Thank you. Speaker number 34. Oh, okay.
Stand
Sorry
up
about
here
that.
and speak. Hi, my name is Allison Chapin, and I usually speak on behalf of another staff member, but I am here today just to be me and ask you some serious questions. I want to speak to number 1 and 5 very quickly. Is this NES curriculum specifically on the TEA list? I couldn't find it. Maybe you should. Is there a researched, peer-reviewed curriculum that you are going to approve tonight? I don't think so. And speaking of number 1, how do you expect to show growth when you're like letting special ed services go, firing contracts? How is that going to work for you next year? Number 4, community engagement. Don't make me laugh. You're not looking, you're not paying attention, you're not paying attention. You're doing a very good job, Paul, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Speaker number 34, you're up next. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Camille Bro, the parent of children at a fine arts school that will become NES next year. I was invited to tour an NES school recently, and although I observed a caring principal, it is certainly not the school I want for my children. Key takeaways: a spin class with 30 adult-sized bikes worth $6,000, 1 instructor, and 2 kids. There were 2 kids. A school reconfigured to allow space for Teams centers in the library, but with no dedicated space for their dyslexia specialist. Confirmation from leadership that DIAD instructors are not certified teachers, no assurance that they are trained in how to follow accommodation plans, many of which require one-on-one or special group instruction with specialized skills that require additional training. Even though this is a presidential election year, I will be directing my money, my efforts, and my network against a bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 35.
Heather Stansel, speaking for a teacher. Recently, a group of almost 100 teachers coordinated a sick out. I am sharing a statement from one of those teachers regarding item 14. I'm a teacher and I'm sick. I'm sick of Miles and his sycophants gaslighting us to believe they actually care about students. They care only for themselves and turn a blind eye to people who speak at these meetings. I'm sick of being scared of bullying supervisors. I'm sick of toxic work environments where spot scores are worse for those who speak out. Teachers have gotten contracts and now there's a reduction in force except for people whose salaries are over $200,000. On Teacher Appreciation Week, I hope teachers celebrate themselves and take a sick day for their mental and physical health. Take a sick day and say, I'm sick of the harm Miles inflicts on our students. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to teachers who stand up, stand strong, and stand together in support of students and public education.
Thank you. Speaker number 36.
Taxpayer. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I wanted to highlight some exceptional teachers whose dedication and effectiveness goes unnoticed by random audits, checklists, and test scores. My elementary schoolers wake up an hour early twice a week to participate in their school's garden club, where teachers arrive early to lead and facilitate. The students dig, plant, weed, learn about life cycles, migration patterns, and even independently create PowerPoints to teach others what they have learned. They eagerly spent a Saturday at the Botanic Garden presenting to community members what they've learned and how it ignites their love of science, geography, and the environment. My daughter's teacher arrives early each school day to open her classroom to students needing extra assistance and educational support. She hosts student-led parent-teacher conferences where students highlight successes, opportunities for improvement, and develop action plans. Though the love, respect, appreciation, and admiration our children have for their teachers is not tallied within test scores or spreadsheets, we, the parents, recognize it, and I ask you to take a 360-degree view and appreciate our educators for the people that they are.
Thank you. Speaker number 37, you can come to the podium. Speakers 41 through 50, please come up in the front.
My name is Jennifer Blessington, and after 14 years of service to this district, I am leaving because my values are no longer in alignment with the values of HISD. I often get to school before 7 a.m. to grade papers and create lessons that I love to teach. I spend my summers writing upwards of 70 letters of recommendation for my amazing students. My AP pass rate is 30 percentage points higher than the national average. But I'm leaving because the culture of this district is now one of fear and surveillance. It is a culture that values arbitrary checklists and blind compliance over authentic teaching and learning. High expectations are important. Our students deserve nothing less. But as any great teacher could tell you, a high performance culture cannot simultaneously exist with a culture of fear. Excellent teachers and administrators have left, they are leaving, and they will leave. Board of Managers, I ask you, will this be your legacy?
Thank you. Speaker number 38.
Amy Allen at HISD parent. Under the budget proposed by HISD, the large comprehensive high schools are having their budgets for next year cut by between $1 million to $1.7 million per school. Through a public information request, we asked for the budget for all schools within HISD so we can see how these cuts are being diverted. HISD sent the request to the Attorney General's office rather than complying with the request. The programs at high schools serving the highest populations of students, including a large percent of Title I students, should not be gutted to address HISD's deficit. Per HISD Superintendent Constraint 3, the superintendent shall not make significant changes to programming without conducting and communicating a research-based analysis of the effectiveness and impact on the achievement of student outcome and goal. I'm concerned the rapid expansion of HISD high-cost NES schools and funds being diverted into NES programs that have not been tested or proven effective. Without transparency into the budget process, it's impossible to know. I implore the Board of Managers.
Thank you. Speaker number 39.
Mark LeBlanc. Community engagement requires shared integrity and trust. There are non-negotiable community values that must be honored. One being HISD's core value number 6, equity, the quality of being fair and impartial. That's for everyone, students, parents, staff, and workers. Unfortunately, the NES model has been used as a base to create a system of structural discrimination for those that impact our children the most. Teachers, librarians, wraparound specialists, principals, and others, including our children, but not high-level executives. This is inequity. You are members of the community. Mr. Miles is not. He is a hired gun with no connection to this community. We're not looking for a return on failure on his chaos and fear campaign. There's a fine line between the unfairness of inequity and the morally sinful wickedness of iniquity. Your community will judge you for your governance roles and make sure it's not for your support of iniquities. Per your own community engagement plan, non-negotiable community values must be honored. As taxpayers, we
Thank you.
expect you to listen and act on these community values.
Thank you, sir.
Not later.
Speaker number 40.
I'm speaking for a greatly appreciated
Excuse me,
teacher.
could you state your name?
Right here.
It needs to be recorded for the video. Thank you.
Okay. Need to talk to your kindergarten teacher. Time, please.
Go ahead and restart her time and begin with your name. Thank you.
Dr. Denise Livings Wilborn.
Perfect.
I'm speaking for a greatly appreciated teacher fearing retaliation. Houston, we have a problem. F. Mike Miles. Students do not learn much just sitting in class, listening to teachers, memorizing facts, spitting out answers. They must talk about what they are learning, write about it, relate experiences, apply to their daily lives. How do you expect students to learn with this interruption theory you call MRS strategies? We agree, MRS strategies have a time and a place. But when students are writing to learn, processing their ideas and their own distinctive writing styles, what questions should we interrupt them with? I have 3 college degrees. No professor ever interrupted my learning with erroneous questions to appease an administrator who may have never taught my subject.
Thank you. Speaker 41, please.
Daniel Santos. Last week, over 3,000 teachers called for a vote of no confidence on the reckless leadership of Mike Miles because we condemn his vision of apartheid education imposed on children who most need our service. We condemn the NES experiment and its malpractices. We condemn the reforms that have no basis in research, that do not support our special ed students. The exodus of great teachers will be a warning to the city that unless we replace the incompetent superintendent, the damage to HISD may take even longer to repair. Every stakeholder in the city tonight needs to raise their voice against this thug and proclaim HISD belongs to the people of Houston. Remove F. Mike Miles today and restore our elected board of trustees.
Thank you. Speaker 42.
Sarah Terrell, Goals Monitoring, otherwise known as 8 pages of voodoo data. No one understands it, and we're only supposed to see the big green on-track signs. In March, you asked real questions about the goals data, and now in Q&A it's just admin propaganda. Questions about the high goals set for the out years. You approved those goals in February. Where were those questions then? And you should ask why the near-term goals are vanishingly small. But wait a second. By February, the mid-year tests had already been given. Were these goals reverse engineered? Every goal is a single percentage point, and the mid-year actuals for all 10 sub-pops are each 1 point away from this remarkably modest 1-point goal, meaning no progress at all. Every sub-pop.
Thank you. Speaker 43, please.
Hello, my name is Dane. I'm a parent in HISD and Harris County. HISD, why have you allowed my child's school to fall apart? Why are you overworking our children and teachers? Why do you think it's okay to neglect my child? Why do you think it's okay to do this without consequences? HISD has failed me, but my community has not. The community wants the same thing I want, so I'm putting my trust in the community and supporting Chapter 13 of HISD. If HISD won't be there for me and my child, then their replacement will. FYI, you're looking for money, right? Why are there 45 pianos sitting at multiple elementary schools not being used? Why are there missing cameras already from these schools? Stolen, lost, what? I'm not even going to go into the other materials that you've used up and monopolized. Why not sell or return them to pay for our essential staff? By the way, why is Riddick having special secret meetings asking for non-troublesome
Thank you.
parents only to be invited to? Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker 40. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Speaker 44, please. Speaker 44.
Ellen Walter, number 44. I'm asking you to fight for our district's librarians. Having a working library with a certified librarian is so important for our kids. Without reliable access to books, parents and children will not be able to read together in the evenings. Many parents in our lower income areas are just too busy to use the public library, making these schools the most important ones to have access to school librarians who can read and engage with the children. Yet, they were also the first schools to lose access to books and be put in front of a screen for discipline, as well as being too far ahead of their peers. More screens and less books promotes emotional dysregulation and can negatively affect math and writing scores. It is proven that reading 20 minutes a day will increase a child's vocabulary, grammar, writing skills, and therefore test scores. And I know how important test scores are to the city. As always, no transparency, no trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker 45.
Hi, Sarah Rivlin, HISD teacher. Mike Miles graduated from the Broad Academy. Broad leaders are trained to create chaos in public schools so that families flee, paving the way for privatization. In 2011, a study described Broad superintendents as follows. A hallmark of Broad leadership is continual reorganizations, firings of staff, pay-for-performance schemes, and wasteful spending. Their punitive management style often alienates parents and teachers and sparks protests. Sound familiar? Greg Abbott, who wants public school to be as cheap as possible, deliberately chose a Broad superintendent for HISD. Houstonians want good schools, not cheap schools. When our public schools thrive, so do we. Forget political parties. Let's save our schools together.
Thank you. Speaker number 46.
Hi, Mia Johnson, mother of an incoming kinder student. Reading is the foundation. Hello? Okay.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's me.
Go ahead. Start over.
Thank you. Mia Johnson, mother of an incoming kinder student. Reading is the foundation of all learning and knowledge. We should be encouraging our children to fall in love with reading, which is something weekly visits to the library, books picked by the librarian that are tailored to the curriculum, and clubs like Name That Book do. This is something I have said at the last 2 board meetings and heard a number of students beg you not to get rid of, and for good reason. You are in a position to make the right decision and show that you truly care about the education and success of our children. So do the right thing. Keep libraries open with librarians to aid our children. After all, a library without a librarian is just a room full of books. Don't allow librarians to be riffed. Further, you should consider doing riffs from the top down, as we've all seen a significant increase in the number of 200K plus salaries this year, instead of continuing to get rid of educators who know our kids and enrich their learning on a daily basis.
Thank you. Speaker number 47, you can come up, and then would speakers 51 through 60 please come up to the front?
Catherine Buchanan, an HISD parent. Superintendent Miles, yesterday at your Straight from the Source event, you said you have no ulterior motive, and you're here to help students of HISD get the best education possible. Yet, you eliminate what enables the best education to be had. Highly qualified teachers and principals, library services, arts programs, college counseling services, wraparound services, AP and IB opportunities, and CTE programming, among so many other things. All while tripling your central office staff friends, earning $200,000 or more. In fact, your ulterior motives are clear. Together with your board of managers, you're doing what you were sent here to do, systematically dismantling HISD while harming the education of HISD students. You keep proving that you can't be trusted. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 48, please. 48, here we go.
My name is Lisa Moore. I am an HISD parent speaking on engagement. Board of Managers, we're here trying to engage. My understanding is that you were told you have a fairly narrow mandate. However, we have a superintendent who has continually expanded his own mandate, and I'm truly concerned that it's doing real harm. Our voices have shared this over and over tonight and in other forums. The budget is your next opportunity to respond, and I'd like to encourage you to take that opportunity. HISD has moved forward with a rapid expansion of NES without having any longitudinal data on its efficacy. Mr. Miles has estimated that the NES model cost roughly $100 million this year. How much more will we be spending next year on an expanded NES? We know we've already lost libraries, wraparound specialists that serve our most vulnerable, and custodial staff who keep our facilities functional. What other trade-offs will we be forced into? Please show us you're open to real engagement by not rubber stamping.
Thank you. Speaker number 49.
Amanda Parrish, HISD parent, community member, representative of a multitude of families who couldn't be here tonight, and I'd like you to write down a word: chaos. It's the word that Mr. Morath wrote in the first letter to us in March 23 last year, where he also said that the great things that make Houston ISD great would not change. That's not what we're here saying. That's not what's being said. As a professional in the energy industry, instituting a new program without a budget review, without insight and clarity into how much things are costing, and having your deficit change double in a matter of months is something realm for removal. The fact that next week is the budget review, the latest that it's ever been in my recall, and that it's due to be approved in June is completely unacceptable.
Thank you. Speaker number 50.
Judy Chang, I'm an HISD parent of 17 years. I reviewed the proposed community engagement plan. HISD obviously does not value the public comment speakers at the open meetings because we're self-selected. Instead, the proposed engagement session are planned for 10 to 20 invitees. Would I be on that invitation list after I speak here tonight? Budget cuts and budget deficit are not new at HISD. I made a public information request on the proposed campus allocation in 2018 and then again in 2022. Both times, HISD provided me with the information. This year, HISD Legal sent my request to Ken Paxton for ruling citing confidentiality. What happened to transparency? I'm concerned about the lack of long-term strategic plan to address the deficit. Is the proposed campus cut equitable, or is HISD closing the achievement gap by gutting the programs at A and B rated schools? TEA appointed you to
Thank you. Speaker number 51.
Hi, Jennifer Higgins, parent of 3 HIG students. I am here urging you to ask questions. Don't know what to ask? Here's a few. Why is there a lack of transparency in our budget allocation this year? Why are over 30 positions at central office earning $200,000 a year while we cut essential wraparound services? Why are we diverting funds from high-performing schools, potentially undermining their success? Why were 13 teachers and custodial staff suddenly fired at one campus yesterday? Why the surge in principal and teacher job postings on the HISD careers page? And why are hundreds of teachers still waiting for next year's contracts? Why does Mr. Miles seem exempt from the HISD board policy? Does that not scream lawsuit? Why the sudden push for NES adoption that takes away libraries in America? Who benefits financially? Please, we need you to ask questions. No answers, no trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 52. Speaker number 52. There we go.
My name is Kathy, and I am a community member of HISD in Harris County. I used to love this school district, and so did this community. But there is no love here anymore. The parents feel mistreated, the students feel overworked, and the employees do not feel safe. Buildings are not being maintained, air conditioners are not working properly, and expired food is being served to our children. And you're asking for money? Why, to line your pockets, or is your son writing another play? I do not trust HISD will ever correct itself. I do not trust HISD will return our libraries or will accommodate our children's special needs. I do not trust HISD will return our rights to vote for who runs it or preserves our community culture. I do trust our community. I do trust the power our community has. I do trust Chapter 13. I do trust our new school district. I trust we will build it correctly and it will remain safe. It is our right to do so. So I say goodbye to HISD, goodbye to the puppets, and F. Mike Miles.
Thank you. Speaker number 53.
My name is Kathy Beasley. I'm a teacher in HISD. The recent removal of...
The mic's going.
Hello?
Yeah, you just got to get down a little on it.
I'm too
Pull
tall.
it up. Go ahead and start it over for her, please. Oh, we may have to fix it now, maybe. You get the handheld mic or get some... You want to check and see if you can fix that?
Hello?
But go ahead. No, not...
I'll wait.
We'll take a moment. We can go with the handheld mic for a while. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Reset our time, please. Thank you.
My name's Kathy Beasley. I'm a teacher in HISD. The recent removal of wraparound services in the district is egregious. The families this action affects are the poorest and most underserved. How can anyone believe that you have the best interest of the students in mind? School is much more than testing and academics. For many kids in HISD, it is a community, a mother, a father, a friend. Your goal is to destroy, not create. You have made it readily apparent on the poor decisions you continue to make and your consistent disregard of students' needs. Despite this, I feel that we, the real community of HISD, will ride out the storm of this takeover and outlive the menace of tyranny, if necessary, for years. Even though many schools have fallen or may fall into the grip of NES and the odious apparatus of Mike Miles' rule, we will not flag or fail. We will continue the fight until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, steps forward to the rescue and the liberation of the old. Credit paraphrasing to Winston Churchill, 1940.
Thank you. Hang on one second. Let's see if he can do some maintenance here. Listen. I tell you what, we'll take a 5-minute break and then see if we can fix that. Let's do that. I think the board members need to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. 30 maybe, 40.
30 or 40?
No.
Okay, so another hour?
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little less.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get started again, so everybody can take their seats. And I think we're starting with speaker number 54.
Hi, Mindan Tran, teacher, speaking on item 14. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Since the board obviously doesn't appreciate teachers, I'm going to speak to the public about how we should appreciate teachers. Teachers, if I were your principal, I wouldn't terminate people during Teacher Appreciation Week like we did at Sharpstown High School. If I were on the board, I would take a pay cut so some of that $200,000 that I make could buy $80 worth of pizza for students who come to Saturday tutorials. If I were the principal at Sharpstown, I would buy pizza for kids who could be working to support their families but volunteer to come to school on a Saturday. If I were the principal at Sharpstown, I'd buy lunch for those kids instead of buying shiny new trash cans. I'd choose to show our community that our students are worth more than trash. If I were this principal at Sharpstown, I would take 10 seconds on the morning announcements to thank teachers. If I were Mike Miles, I'd value students and teachers more, and I'd fire Principal TJ Cotter. And if I were on the board, I'd fire Mike Miles.
Thank you. Speaker number 55.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Longoria. I'm speaking to agenda item number 2, the vote to adopt district-created curriculum. This curriculum is repeatedly referenced as high quality. I would like to ask how a curriculum that bans the reading of novels in English language arts at all NES schools can be high quality. I'd also like to know how each of you will explain your anti-literacy vote to your families, friends, and communities. I'll end tonight by quoting the poet of our time, Taylor Allison Swift. Karma is a relaxing thought. Aren't you envious that for you it's not? If you'd like to prepare for next week, it will be reputation. This is why we can't have nice things. No trust, no bond. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. Speaker number 56.
Okay, well, that's just going to have to do that. Hi, Reese again, Reese Carr. Don't we suspend students for just walking out of class? Isn't that something that has been happening a lot and is a problem? Why are we accepting the superintendent just standing up and walking out of the board meeting? Okay. Y'all are just people, just like all of us. And you are one day close, one bad day close to losing everything, just like the rest of us are. Yet you're allowing our superintendent and his administration to hand out bad days left and right like they're candy. You're allowing him, someone who is not from here, to destroy the people in your communities. You're allowing him to take the wraparound specialists and our librarians and our janitors and our maintenance and our nurses and our teachers and destroy.
Thank you. Speaker number 57, and then could we have speakers 61 through 70 come up to the front, please?
Deep breaths. Hold on. Esther Uribe, HISD librarian. It's been said, if someone treats you badly, just remember there's something wrong with them, not you. Normal people don't go around destroying other human beings. Mike Miles embodies this sentiment. His destructive behavior creates a toxic work environment, driving away our best educators to the detriment of our students.
Since I began speaking at these board meetings, I've been under increased scrutiny, and I wouldn't be surprised if my principal was instructed to find a way to get rid of me. After all of my efforts to preserve library access, he closed our library 6 weeks before school is out and won't allow students to check out books anymore. This doesn't just punish me. This punishes every child at my school. They cannot fathom why they can no longer get books at their favorite place in the whole school. It breaks my heart to see their tears, and I know it breaks
Thank
theirs
you.
to be denied their beloved library. This is what my
Thank you. Your time is up. No, the time is up. Speaker 58 is up now. Your time is up. Thank you. Speaker 58. There.
Now, you know I need y'all attention. I don't play that. Lauren Ashley Simmons, speaking on agenda item 14. Soror, I need you. We took the same vow, so you know better. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week and happy belated Nurses Week. My name is Lauren Ashley Simmons, and I'm speaking on item 14 on behalf of an amazing wraparound specialist who doesn't have a job and is not going to speak out. Wraparound Services was a program that connected students to resources on campus as well as connected families to resources where they may not have known where to go. Wraparound Services and the specialists were seen as a bridge to the community that was easily accessible on the campus for the student. They provided clothes, food, resources, bill money, rent, medical expenses, and Metro cards, and they were the school's first responders. You were appointed to take care of students, however, dismantling wraparound services at campuses and replacing them with inaccessible sunrise centers that the community did not ask for is poor leadership by the superintendent and the board. You're all responsible. Lower the pay for all the district staff over $200K because y'all ain't doing it.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaker number 59.
Nadia Heffernan, talking on 14. Good evening. We're all in this room because we have the same goal, to make education the best it can be for the children of Houston. Reading, writing, and math are important skills that we all know our students need, but there are other equally important life skills that our students need. Knowing how to treat each other with respect, professionalism, and dignity. How can we expect our students to learn these skills when they see and hear the opposite being modeled all around them? It is not respectful to tell professionals that they've lost or may lose their jobs by mass email. It is not professional to keep principals in the dark about staffing and budget numbers at their own schools. And it is not dignifying to pay uncertified teacher apprentices as much as certified teachers who have worked for multiple years. Nor is it dignifying to interrupt a professional mid-lesson to real-time coach. I know each of you on the Board of Managers knows better. You need to take the reins and ensure that our teachers, principals, and staff are treated with respect, professionalism, and dignity, no matter how hard the circumstances. You would expect the same. As parents, community members, and taxpayers.
Thank you. Speaker number 60.
I'm Heather Alexander. I'm a parent of two. I'm speaking on item number 4. For any community engagement plan to work, you need steps in place to ensure that your stakeholders feel safe to give you the feedback that you need. Right now, teachers do not trust that anything that they bring forward won't be used against them. You've been using a put-up or shut-up approach that not only destroys morale, but it prevents you from hearing the true impact of your policies. For instance, you moved the map testing so that it falls the days right after Memorial Day. Excuse me. Teachers are telling us this is the worst time to test, especially first graders who will take it as soon as they get back from the holiday. How can teachers trust you when it appears you're happy to set them up to fail? You've created a culture of fear that can only trickle down and impact our students. Children need stability and community. Stop telling hard-working teachers who are giving their heart and soul every day that they're dispensable. If you want engagement, drop the my way or the highway approach and start listening to the real concerns of highly qualified.
Thank you. Speaker number 61.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is M.A. Kirshen. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. I'm reading on behalf of a college and career advisor. We cannot trust Miles with his Destination 35 plan, given that just last week he cut half the district's college advisors, and even the week that the entire MERGE program was let go. This is the team that spends hours guiding students that assist them with their college applications and their financial aid applications. This is the team that also helps parents guide their children for other possibilities available for their students. Without these most underserved students helping, or the college advisors helping these underserved students, we would fall behind, blinding them for reaching their post-secondary opportunities. I hope that Mr. Miles' prediction ring shows that his division and himself of SOUPS and himself help the students in the high schools fill out their applications error-free financial aid. My prediction ring does not show that. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 62.
Good evening. Michelle Williams, Houston Education Association. And tonight, I don't even have anything written down, but I do want to let you all know that Mr. Miles violated board policy. There should not have been not one notice sitting out without that RIF policy being followed. And I am asking tonight that the $5 million club have their salaries per board policy either reduced or he take a 12% cut in his cabinet, which I already did the math, it's 3 people. He can cut those 3. That's what we're looking for. And I know we have 5 of you all that are going to do right because your legacy depends on it. I'd rather be in my position than yours. At least my grandson and son know I'm on the side of right. Where are you? Your legacy depends on it. You have today. I told you all, May was coming. We're $500 million in.
Thank you. Speaker number 63.
Anna Bascarone, item 14. I'm sharing a teacher's story because he's afraid of retribution. He has shown up every day to do his job for 13 years. The valedictorian has designated him Most Inspiring Teacher of the Year. They took his picture for the yearbook to celebrate what a great teacher he was, but now there's no yearbook because the yearbook teacher was fired. Every day is just so bad that making it to June is just starting to feel so unnecessary torture. Hearing stories like this and daily alerts of constant changes at HISD is mentally exhausting. And recognition of mental health, every decision you make has significant impact on us emotionally and mentally. Please focus on how to retain the teachers, principals, and other positions to support our students holistically. Question for you, why are teachers and principals being asked to resign before the end of the year testing results are known? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 64.
Hi, my name is Tammy Reed, and I am tired. I'm tired of watching my students be berated in the hallways because they wore the wrong colored pants and suspended because of dress code issues, leaving them out of school for 3 additional days. I'm tired of being kicked out of my classroom so that they can perform standardized testing in there, all but 12 days for this semester. I am tired of watching my students being treated like prisoners, and I'm tired of having to tell my students that yet another one of their favorite teachers has quit because they found a job elsewhere where they're being treated better. I'm tired of hearing my peers in tears about their spot checks or about their memos in their files, and I'm tired of having to show them how they can go about saving their careers by going ahead and accepting the RIF by resigning ahead of it so that they don't potentially get a flag on their record. I am tired of being belittled in front of my students and called
Thank
to
you.
the office for ridiculous reasons, so I stopped using the
Thank you.
method and I went back to teaching as
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Speaker 65, please. Thank you, ma'am. Speaker 65.
I'm sorry.
sorry, I was just taken away by what she was saying. Tanya Sampson. I am an educator, a taxpayer, and a parent in HISD. No trust, no bond, to start with. I'm speaking on item number 7, where somebody's requesting $1 million in moving expenses. Who's moving? And is that a typo? $1 million in moving expenses? You were told, you told us, Mr. Miles, told the world that your cuts were going to be as far away from the students as possible, but you cut wraparound services. That's food and shelter. You can't get any closer to cuts to students than wraparound services. We ask that you replace, the board request, whatever, Mr. Miles, to reverse that decision with wraparounds. Bring our wraparounds back. Our students need that.
Thank you. Speaker number 66.
Good evening, Cheryl Hensley, librarian. You've heard about no library and librarians, House Bill 900 that requires a trained professional, millions of dollars being spent. You've heard from parents, kids, teachers about how the library is the heart of the school. So let me tell you a story about a kid. The student came into the library not wanting to read, not liking books, and not wanting to come in the door. So you ask him questions. What are you interested in? What are you researching in your class? What do you want to find out? And you find the one book that he may like and explain to him that he gets to take it home. He gets to take it home and he may keep it for a month. So the next time he comes in, he'll ask you more questions or just browse, talk with friends, find something that he likes, and take out some more books. The librarian is the connection between the love of reading and the purpose of reading. Reading is more than a test score. You can't measure this. So please tell me, what do I tell him and so many just like him the next time they walk in the door? And imagine that's your time.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 67, I believe.
My name is Susan Hawes. I've been a parent in this district for 17 years. I'm here to support the Westbury High School community. I haven't heard that name this evening. Westbury has worked very hard under 2 consecutive principals, Susan Monahan and Jerry Nixon, to become zoned parents' first choice. Real turnarounds take time and community buy-in. The unilateral decision violating Superintendent Constraint number 3 to make Westbury an NES school does not have community support. In the words of a parent, not me, whose middle schooler is zoned to Westbury, I was ready to send my child to Westbury in 2 years, but I guess the new administration had to get rid of Miss Nixon because she was one of the good ones. I can't possibly send my child there now. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Speaker number 69. Oh, right, 68, sorry. I don't have a 68 here, but go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kelly LeVar, an HIC parent and a PTA leader. Mr. Riven, I'm going to address some of my remarks to you tonight because you've proven yourself to be an analytical leader. Do you grasp the severity of our teacher turnover rate? I don't, because valid metrics are not publicly released and the current surveys are flawed. The culture of fear Mr. Miles has created means teachers fear retaliation, so they lie on the surveys, and Mr. Miles gets the fake data he wants so he can further a narrative that he knows is untrue. I do know that this year, Stevens Elementary has lost half of its teachers, 14 in total, by March of this year. Who do you hold accountable in HISD for this metric? HIC proudly announces recruitment numbers. They should be an embarrassment. Only a failing district would require this many new hires to backfill the mass exodus of qualified teachers whose calling to this profession has been destroyed by Miles' command and control leadership style. Do not allow Mr. Miles to blame the teachers for the turnover and keep him accountable to these metrics.
Thank you. I think we're at 69.
Hi, Carly Paget. First, I want to acknowledge all the teachers doing great things with their students despite the toxic conditions in which they work. You are the champions of hope and endurance that we all need as we fight for the future of all children, not just those in the accommodated zip codes. Members of the board, here are a few suggestions for how you too can show your appreciation for our teachers. They are free because the budget's tight. May I suggest you reject the NES curriculum? Teachers have told you for months now that the material is harmful and not aligned to the TEKS or ALPS compliance. They would greatly appreciate feeling heard. You could also question why Mr. Miles inflated the executive suites when we can't afford additional staff to help our students experiencing homelessness get to and stay in the classroom. We'd appreciate being able to provide them high-quality instruction in a safe environment. What we really want, though, is for you to honor and acknowledge our vote of no.
Thank you. Speaker number 70.
Hi, Board and Superintendent Miles. My name is Jennifer Perry, mom of 4 HISD students. I'm speaking regarding the budget tonight, although there's a lot we could probably all speak on. I was at a presentation this week that Superintendent Miles attended to explain the budget cliff that we're facing over the next 3 years. It was full of skewed data and blame on ESSER funds and their misuse for all of our current financial woes. We understand cuts are necessary and change is necessary. But I was skeptical of the data and also of the long-term success of the NES system based on the cost-benefit analysis lens that we were using. He instantly provided me with a working paper to prove that they would work. It's called Attracting and Retaining Highly Effective Educators in Hard-to-Staff Schools. We've all seen this before, and he cites it several times. This is a working paper that was not peer-reviewed and published. It's also an analysis of only 6 schools for 3 years, and one of which had to be removed because they cheated on their standardized testing. BOM, please pay attention to the data. Dig deeper. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Speaker number 71.
Hi, Floyd. How are you? Because I will never address you as superintendent. I'm speaking on agenda item 14. Oh, my name is Rebecca Williams, by the way. I'm speaking on agenda item 14, reduction in force. Floyd has the Midas touch, but instead of everything turning to gold, it turns to garbage. How is there a reduction in force when there is no budget? As of May 9th, 2023, when it should have been produced in February, you are a joke and not a funny one. If you want more money, go ask your puppeteer, your actual boss, Greg Abbott. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Number 72.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Kravitz. I put 2 yard signs in my front yard last week. One said, "Go away, Mike Miles," and the other said, "F Mike Miles, HISD deserves better." Someone said the signs were tacky and wrong. Here's what's wrong. It's wrong for HISD to spend more than $1 million, as people have said, on fancy new matching furniture on the 2nd floor and corporate relocation costs, and ask for even more in a board vote today. Well, Miles gets rid of every single special ed social worker. Please vote no. It's wrong to riff and terminate hundreds of teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week. It's wrong for the Greater Houston Partnership to move their luncheon to a different hotel to avoid interacting with parents instead of collaborating with parents and teachers to improve our schools. It's wrong to lie to the public over and over again. Why not work together? So respectfully, I say, please go away, Mike Miles. And for the rest of us, message me or HoustonCVPE.org if you want a yard sign too.
Thank you. Speaker number 73.
My name is Zoe McCoy, and I'm an HISD alum and parent of an HISD student. It weighs heavily on my heart that every week brings new information that adds to my concern for the education of my child and all children in HISD. There's no way for me to include all of my questions and concerns into 60 seconds, but I'll try a few of them. Implementation of NES curriculum that is poorly scripted, riddled with errors, and not appropriately researched. Why would we use an unproven model on our most vulnerable students? Eliminating wraparound services that are lifeline for some of our neediest students and families in the district. principal and teacher evaluation spot checks that are unclear, subjective, frequently change, and whose administration disrupts the school day, lack of transparency in budget formulas, firing and non-renewing veteran certified teachers and while hiring uncertified teachers, cutting library services, librarian positions, cutting fine arts, extracurricular positions and funding, inconsistent approval for field trips and canceling trips, moving testing dates, chaos. Teachers are fleeing the district, and I'm
Thank you. Thank you. Number 74.
Just in case you're wondering what Mr. Miles is still here for, we all are, since Governor Abbott is going to eliminate the STAR test. And so that's what you came for, to increase the STAR scores. You're no longer useful. But those of you that are thinking about community engagement plan, maybe this group is the group that we need to recruit from. Let me tell you a few things they're looking for in case you didn't read it on their website. They're not looking for speakers who abuse the open meeting laws because they have deprived the managers of opportunity for back and forth dialogue. Next thing they have three things. The second thing is that they want you to know that the board represents the vision and values of the district's owner community. I love it. You can't make this stuff up. Attending a board meeting, sending comments to the board are not.
Yeah. Maybe not. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Probably not. Thank you. Number 75.
I'm 74. Maria Calzada. When my kids were small, I spent hundreds of hours researching HISD programs, starting a PTO, doing extra work at school, even cutting my work hours and salary because my kids were zoned to a school that lacked resources that they needed. They lacked certified teachers, a GT program, special ed counselor, dyslexia specialist, and they blocked access to a diagnostician. This was a long time ago. So I know the difference it makes whenever we move schools and those schools had those resources. I got some of those precious short years back and got to spend it with my kids. Not everyone else's, scrambling to make up for the deficits. Now, thanks to Mike Miles, his overreach and draconian measures, I've spent the last year having to work, once again, to figure out how to maintain some of the sense of normalcy at our highly rated, nay, the highest rated school, even though the mandate for his intervention had nothing to do with our school. You have overstepped. You have made...
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Number 75.
Paul Calzada, Superintendent Miles, Board of Managers. As an attorney who frequently appears in court, I usually present my case to a judge. But when it really matters, my clients want me to present it to a jury of their peers. Am I looking at a board of managers of my peers? Native Houstonians, parents of HISD students, maybe an HISD graduate themselves. The school board is the official policy-making body of the Houston Independent School District. Ask yourselves, are you fulfilling your duty to our community? Or are you looking to an appointed outsider to tell you what to do? Your duty is to the community, to the schools, the teachers, the principals, the students, and all of the other people who make HISD great. This microphone works. That mic doesn't. No transparency, no trust, no bond. Thank you.
Speaker number 76.
Stacy Hunter, our usual suspect, of course. I'm here to speak on behalf of all HISD teachers and administrators for fear Dictator Miles will fire them for speaking at a board meeting. The reason I've spoken here each month is because my wife, who is an HISD teacher, by the way, told me that teachers have no voice in HISD because Dictator Miles files them. I told her, baby, that's not right. He can't fire me. I'll speak for you. My wife is here with me to show you what this dictator is doing to teachers. Listen to this. Her appraiser told her that she had to stand in class the entire 90 minutes or face being written up or possibly termination. She's been teaching for 20 years and never been told this. As a result of trying not to get fired, she now has permanent damage in both of her knees requiring surgery. Being able to... In 2022, she obtained her doctorate degree in education to be the best HISD teacher she possibly could. Now she faces possible termination. Fire the man!
Thank you, sir. Speaker number 77. Yes, it is.
I came sick, so I'm sorry my voice. Excuse me. So I came sick just so I could support you. I'm lying. But my name is Dr. Andrea Borinell Hunter. I am a 22-year teacher, and I have a bachelor's degree in theater, communication, and a doctorate in education. I have a master's in communication. I have been teaching 22 years, and this is the first year I've gone to work every day afraid. Not afraid of my students, but afraid of your ED. When he comes by my room, I freeze. I freeze. Can you blame me? Let's just look at some of the spot observations. I've only had one good spot observation, and I've never had bad ones until this year. Let's see. One day I forgot to put the date on my agenda. Oops, I'm human. Okay, another day a student snuck out his cell phone. I got a point taken off. A student didn't do his assignment, so he didn't do the activity. I got points taken off. A student, let's see, next one. Oh, I was teaching vocabulary to students who read at a 5th grade level when they're at the 11th grade.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You have time. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. I don't know about that one. Okay, we're now going to go to the Zoom folks. Is that correct? What?
You want to do
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and pass this back to our president. Get after it.
All right, our next speaker is Derek Stinson.
Oh, that's here, the community.
And then followed by Rocio Puente, Eduardo Hernandez, Gladys L. Housel, Rigoberto Cardenas, Steve Carpentier, and then Patrice Wright. Yes, sir, Mr. Stinson, please go ahead.
Kids, to summarize what I've shared in the past 2 meetings, Kickstart Kids teaches character through karate and attributes like discipline, respect, and self-control. I shared that we would like to teach in NES schools as well, since they are the lower performing schools. Today, I wanted to share that we address students' social and emotional learning, as you kind of heard earlier from the kiddos. And we build skills like conflict resolution. We kind of like karate kicks entitlement out the window, where they have to work for everything they receive, as well as rigor. Overall, these are the qualities that transcends the karate mat and enters the classroom, and that's our goal. So overall, we partner with HISD, TEA, which I sent all of you the TEA tics that we're aligned in, and we want to nurture the whole child and stay true to what the words of TEA says, no child left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Puente? Ms. Puente. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
My name is Rocio Puente, and I am a wraparound specialist that was recently laid off last week. I come today on behalf of our students, our families, and wraparound specialists to address your drastic reduction in employees. Our role is crucial to the overall well-being of our students as we ensure their basic needs are met so they can thrive academically and personally. Since working here, I realize how essential my role is as students experience homelessness, food insecurity, abuse, etc. The list goes on when 80% of HISD students live in poverty. We have families who leave their home for an outing and come back to their home burned down. What are they to do and where are they to go? We scramble to find clothes, food, school supplies, and furniture, as we know they can barely make ends meet. You have decided to violently unleash your reign, denying students of their basic right to success by depriving them of essential support. How could you take this away from our students? And what gives you the right to destroy the lives of our children?
Thank you, ma'am.
Setting them up for failure?
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you. Our next speaker is Eduardo Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez, please go ahead.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, folks. My name is Eduardo Hernandez. I am an ex-alum of HISD, and I'm here to talk in Spanish on behalf of a teacher that is fearing retaliation. Please give me the space.
Hold on one second. If we get a translator, you're speaking Spanish?
In Spanish.
Okay, hold on one second. Let's get a translator.
Would you like for me to also do English?
It's your choice.
Awesome, I'll do both.
You want to do both? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
So, in Spanish. He renunciado en lugar de rescisión. En noviembre presenté una queja porque mi escuela no estaba proporcionando servicios adecuados para estudiantes con discapacidad como exige la ley federal. En febrero tuve una audiencia de nivel 2 durante la cual HISD compartió información errónea. La queja era elegible para el nivel 3 y HISD comenzó el proceso para terminar conmigo. Pensé que la adquisición estatal del verano pasado podría mejorar el aprendizaje estudiantil, pero lo ha empeorado mucho más. Los estudiantes con discapacidad tienen menos servicios que antes. Se despide a maestros que dedican sus vidas a ayudar a los niños a aprender y a crecer. Junta de directores, pueden hacer mejor para nuestros estudiantes. So now, in English. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of a teacher that fears retribution and retaliation for her job. Here we go. In November past, there was a complaint against my school where adequate education for children with disabilities was not being adequately proportioned as federal and state laws demand. In February, I had a hearing of level 2 wherein HISD shared the wrong information. The information then became eligible for a level 3 hearing, and HISD started the process to fire me. I thought that after the changes of the summer passed, the level of education for our children with special needs would be a lot better. As a result, students with disabilities have worse service than ever before. We fire teachers that have experience and teachers that care about their children learning and growing. Board of Directors, you can all do so much better for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gladys House-L. Gladys House-L. Ma'am, do you have your name tag? Did you get a name tag?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries.
It's so cold in here.
No problem. We got you. Go ahead.
Peace. Gladys House-L here, representing Freedmanstown, the largest historic district of its kind in North America. And I'm here to request some guidance because for 3 years, Superintendent, we've been given a runaround, and all we want to do is name the football field at Gregory Lincoln to honor 2 NFL greats who came through the schools in our neighborhood. It's Eldridge Dickey and Gerald Taylor. So I'm just here to ask for someone to help me, because all we've gotten is just a runaround, and we've passed the deadline now. So we were trying to get this done before August of this year. So if you can have someone contact me, I've already provided your secretary with my contact information. I would certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rigoberto Cardenas? No? Okay, our next speaker is Steve Carpentier, or Carpentier. Is he here? Yes, sir.
They said I was allowed to give you something?
If you've provided it already, then we've got it.
I haven't.
You have not?
No.
Okay. Emily can take it. Sure.
Well,
Go ahead, sir.
thank you all, ladies and gentlemen of HISD School Board. My name is Steve Carpentier. I'm a teacher at Lamar High School. I was here a couple of months ago, and I came as not only as a teacher, but also a victim of violence in school when I took a cell phone away from a student. And today, once again, I stand before you to advocate for a bold but very necessary step in the banning of all cell phones in all HISD schools. This action is not about limiting our students' freedom, but rather about fostering an environment conducive to learning and overall well-being. Banning cell phones in all HISD schools is a decision that prioritizes the academic success, social development, and safety of our students. It's time to take a stand and create learning environments where our students can thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker in person is Patrice Wright. Ms. Wright? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. My name is Patrice Wright, and I'm speaking today as a parent and PTO president. This year, our scholars and educators at Blackshear Elementary School have been thrown into an unstable, chaotic environment despite some of our wins, like our scholar who gained national recognition for her MLK speech. As proposed in your Community Engagement Action Plan, each CECC should consider the board's goals of ensuring that all stakeholders are engaged. However, Blackshear went 3 weeks without any communication from the school or the district about the sudden disappearance of our principal right before STAR testing began. On top of a missing principal, there has been no engagement from admin to parents about the progress of our scholars and minimal disciplinary actions taken for the ones who disrupt the learning environment. There is a clear lack of transparency, a lack of discipline, a lack of accountability, and an apparent lack of communication. It is written on every teacher's face the frustration they have been experiencing all year. This has broken the trust to many stakeholders of Black.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There's one more Who's that?
Sean Leader just arrived.
Sean Leader? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
So this is the last one of the year. It's very disappointing. I would hope you'd been gone by now. I kept thinking every time that you would just not show up to a board meeting like you did in Dallas, and then I would know that you'd given up. I don't really have much to actually say this time. Like, I've written the facts. Like, he is a long history of hurting children. We should not allow him around ours. I mean, it's disappointing that you are allowed to continue to hurt and harm those that are the most vulnerable. You purposely target them because why? Is it the money? Is it the greed? Is it just your own personal jollies? I don't understand why if y'all are from Houston, why would you trust this man? He doesn't care about us. They had a vote in Dallas and 1 year about who supported this man, and almost half already voted no. Are y'all gonna have that same kind of vote? Are we gonna let him know that?
Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're gonna switch to Zoom speakers. Emily, if you'll admit our speakers.
Dr. Anita Wadwa, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
You can see me now?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Anita Vadva. I'm an HISD mom of 2 and have been in education since 2001. I've been an administrator, professor, restorative justice coordinator, intervention teacher, and I teach 11th grade. Yesterday, I received a teaching award. The student who nominated me that besides making me want to go to school every day, Dr. Vadva makes me want to learn. I never walk into her classroom upset and walk out smiling. The student affirmed for me, as our students do every day, of the power of relationships over scripted curriculum, of restoration over punitive practices, and of connection over testing. As I wait for my Miles to go away, I commit myself to opting my daughters out of STAR and MAP, running restorative justice programs in the community, and telling everyone I know to vote no on the bond. There's nothing the Board of Managers can engage me in because you tell me who you are and I believe you. No trust, no bond.
Maria Benzon, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Teacher Appreciation Week to the hardworking teachers who strive to build a positive classroom environment, regardless of the shackles to creativity and individualized or small group instruction in the NES curriculum. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to the certified teachers who have already resigned because they recognize many HISD's new practices are not based on what they've learned works best for children. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to the hopeful teachers who believe that someone would come and save HISD from the takeover or that the board would be tired of Miles and finally fire him. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to the disgusted teachers who are sick of the chaos and abuse and taking FML or a day off for their mental and physical health. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to the caring educators who will need to find jobs because you will, due to budget cuts, be ripped, placed in the excess pool, and then terminated. So, happy Teacher Appreciation Week.
Melissa Yarborough, please begin.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to the real HISD teachers, to the teachers deemed not good enough to continue in this district, despite being respected outside of this twilight zone, to the teachers who used the ineffective district curriculum this year only to get low test scores, and to the ones who used better curriculum only to get low observation scores, to the first-year teachers who have gone unsupported all year, to the veteran teacher who have been told to do things against your better judgment, whether you stood up for what was right anyway, or you are keeping your head down to hang on to your job, to the one person on the Board of Managers who is actually a teacher, to my children's NES teachers, the ones who left, the ones who replaced them, and the uncertified ones, you are doing the best you can in a hostile environment, and I appreciate you. May the Board of Managers wake up and realize that it's better to cut the loss of a superintendent than to lose hundreds of teachers.
Julia Florazon, please begin.
Can you pause the timer? I want to make sure the board has agenda number 2 in front of them.
Ma'am, please continue. Please go ahead.
I will be taking words verbatimly from agenda number 2. With so many newcomers, HISD is like an academic Ellis Island. So why doesn't HISD have an ESL curriculum? Why are ESL teachers having to reinvent the wheel when language apps like Duolingo even have a better scope and sequence than the scripted one for HISD? In violation of the Bilingual Education Act, this approved curricula does not include accommodations that correct rigor and relevance in the lessons. Shakespeare is all of cycle 4, and Mr. Miles' phonics isn't introduced until cycle 6. My question to the board, are these approved NES curricula reviewed by ESL certified teachers? Have the curricular writers been in classrooms since the pandemic? Don't fire us, hire us to keep HISD in compliance. The TEA needs to review the HISD curriculum. HISD has authority to select material based on the local needs of the students in the district. We have the opportunity to welcome the huddled masses yearning to be free. Why don't we?
Jones, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi.
My name is Nzinga Jones. As you guys can see, I am driving home from my non-NES school. I am a PTO leader, and I am a HISD parent of going on 8 years with 3 children. Apparently, we need to remind you guys, board of managers, that you have a job to do. Please do your job. Vote no on the curriculum. Fire Mike Miles. Hey, let's do that. Let's stop running teachers away from our district. Let's stop running parents away from our district. Let's stop shuffling principals like it's a deck of cards. We need to do better. Otherwise, we will no longer have a district. Please do your jobs and get rid of this guy before we have nothing left. Thank you. No trust, no bond.
Frank Tamburello, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Yes, starting on video, turning off Zoom reactions. Yes, my name is Franklin Tamburello. I'm a parent, and I noticed that...
Sir, can you please turn on your camera?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I can't see what I've written out. So I noticed that community engagement is really important. For one moment, Henry. And but meanwhile, the fiscal year is coming up, and shouldn't we engage the community about the budget? I believe that it is actually required by state law that the budget be publicly posted, and also that a meeting be publicly available for the budget. This is how we set priorities. This is how we decide how to educate our children. This is how we decide how public tax money is spent. We need the budget, please. No transparency, no trust, no bond. Thank you very much.
Patrice Ferguson, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Latrice Ferguson. Community engagement and input is a vital component of a successful district. I am an involved, full-time working parent of 3 children in HISD for the past 10 years. I've served on SDMCs, led PTO, and have been a contributing participant in the selection process of quite a few principals. I watched this current administration railroad a thriving middle school that successfully services children of a variety of socioeconomic and intellectual backgrounds. And not on any occasion has community input been welcomed or utilized. Our principal of Frank Black Middle School is leaving, and the district hurriedly acted to replace her without community intervention or explanation of the new evaluative system. We had to demand. Some other schools were not as fortunate. The lack of transparency with these changes has forced my community to speak up and demand more time for our input, improved distribution of the survey, transparency with the policy changes, and more respect for our current leaders. Please show us that you will also hold up your end of the bargain and will no trust, no bonds.
Jenna Taylor, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hey, this is Jenna Taylor. Page 2 of the...
Ma'am, we can't hear you. I don't know if it's muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Jenna Taylor. Page 2 of the Community Engagement Plan advocates for transparency and accountability and says that it is critical that the community actually sees their feedback being used in the decision-making process. Removing SDMC involvement in the new principal selection process removed transparency and accountability from the long-held process. Expanding community feedback surveys is laudable, but creates a fire hose of feedback that is difficult to quantify. SDMCs comprise engaged faculty, staff, parents, and community members who each have a deep understanding of the unique strengths and needs of their specific school. I urge you to let the owner-minded SDMCs help you select the best candidate to lead each of our vibrant and diverse schools. As an involved and engaged parent of 9 years, I beseech you to demonstrate the accountability and transparency report to value.
Nihal Shaheen, please begin.
Yes, just a second.
I'm calling all community members to take an action, investigate, and demand answers for the reason of the insane increase of conferences for the record for jobs that will still exist next school year. Also, please investigate the percentage of veteran, experienced employees or employees with masters or PhDs that are terminated or in lieu of termination. Is there an untold agenda for removing qualified employees and hiring others instead? Does every employee have to be unexperienced or uncertified, Mr. Miles? Teachers, happy Teachers Appreciation Week, especially the ones reassigned to Teachers Jail. Never heard of it before this year. Is there one for superintendents or executive directors? Back to teachers in Teachers Jail, I'm sorry that this year, the chance of reaping the rewards of your dedication, diligence, and sufferings was taken away from you. Board of Managers, come on. Any institution where there is an unchecked power will tend toward corruption, abuse over time. No transparency, no bond.
E. Clark, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Edie Clark, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Christine Hurley, please begin.
Ma'am, you're
My name is
muted. Oh, go ahead.
And this state takeover is supposedly an intervention intended to help a struggling district which wasn't meeting the needs of its students. However, this takeover, while making bold claims like bragging about Sunrise Centers, which cost over $10 million, they've eliminated essential wraparound specialists, which are the individuals who bridge the gap between home and school, offering counseling, resources, and guidance to those who need it most. Without these specialists, we risk leaving behind who are most vulnerable and in need of assistance. The genius of the wraparound services is that the one place all students can access is their campus. These centers are not accessible to all HISD families. Blaming personnel cuts on a tight budget when you continue to mismanage taxpayer funds is unbelievable. So you're either bad at your job or probably both.
Edie Clark, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
My name is Edie Clark, and I'm speaking on item 14. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Teachers want to make a positive difference in students' lives, but they don't want to work in a toxic environment. Because of Mike Miles, we're losing hundreds of certified, qualified, experienced teachers, as well as new and novice teachers. A new teacher hired in December to teach at an NES school was recently notified of their pending termination at the board meeting. The very next morning, their replacement was given a tour of the teacher's room during class. The students wondered who the visitor was. Sadly, the teachers shared that they were being let go. This is how we appreciate teachers, by firing them and then showing them their replacement the next day. In spite of Mike Myers, teachers who love what they do will continue to do it elsewhere. Board of Managers, stop this chaos. Fire Mike Miles.
Claude Bittner, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. My name is Claude Bittner, an HISD parent and alum. I am speaking on item 14 on behalf of a parent who is unable to attend these meetings. Hello, my name is Jose Elias, a parent from Pew Elementary. This past week, students at Pew Elementary were sick and vomiting. They experienced food poisoning because they were served expired food. All of your budget cuts and firing of teachers, please don't serve expired food in the cafeteria. It's hard enough when children's stomachs ache because they are stressed out from learning through the low-quality NES curriculum. Actually, vomiting doesn't make NES any better. Providing healthy food in schools is vital for children's health, academic success, equity, and community support. Also, please do not have school staff gaslight us and say that a bug or virus is going around the school when the health department report states that the cause is expired food. Thank you.
Meghna Goswami, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
My name is Meghna Goswami, and I'm a mother of 2 children at HISD. As HISD, like other school districts in Texas, faces budget cuts with little to no control over the amount of...
Emily, can you see her?
Sorry.
You can? Oh, I'm sorry. Ma'am, can you start over? We couldn't see you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meghna Goswami, and I'm a mother of 2 children at HISD. As HISD, like other school districts in Texas, faces budget cuts with little to no control over the amount of public dollars that it has access to in the next school year, I understand that hard decisions have to be made around staffing and programs. What is, however, in HISD's control is how it goes through with decision-making around budget trade-offs. Over the past weeks, as news has poured in about the hundreds of positions eliminated by HISD, I have been surprised at the lack of communications on its plans, if any, to meet the gaps in services that students and schools will face because of these cuts. As a public entity that's taxpayer funded, it is imperative that HISD has a transparent budgeting process, not just a compliance step after budget decisions are already made, but one that is thoughtful and deliberate and includes community input. Thank you.
Jessica Catrett, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, is it my turn? I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was my turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Jessica Catrett. I am a daughter of a former HISD teacher, former HISD student, mother of an HISD graduate, and a child at a non-NES school. This week is Teacher and Nurses Appreciation Week, yet this administration shows no appreciation for either. This week, we read this news. Dozens of staff and teaching positions in HISD are in danger of being cut for the 2024-25 school year. This list includes nurses, librarians, counselors, assistant principals, reading, math and science teachers, fine arts, and other elective instructors, speech therapists, magnet coordinators, and special education coordinators. You are gutting our schools. Maybe if you didn't recklessly blow money on bloated central office salaries and an unscientific school reform that this community does not want, you could pay our teachers, nurses, and other essential staff. I think the job we need to cut is yours, and I won't stop fighting if that happens. No trust, no bond.
Bella Jadwani, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hi, so I'm actually a student, so I've been here for a long time, so thank you for hearing me. I'm here to talk about the reason I can't be at Hattie Mae White today, which is because board meetings aren't really accessible for students. It's because, like, there's a reason that a lot of students aren't there. Like, it's, like, my parents work, it's rush hour, and I have tests on Friday. And I appreciate y'all taking the time out of your day to hear from community members, but, you know, this whole thing can't be as effective unless students are part of the conversation, and we deserve to be part of the conversation because everything that happens impacts us. What? Oh yeah, and sorry, I thought you were saying something. With the reductions in force that are happening, the people on the chopping block are our trusted adults, like my wraparound specialist, whose door is always open and students are always in there talking to her, and she somehow has time for everyone. And so my ask is that a day before the school year ends, like after 4:10 and not on a Thursday, that students be invited to have an in-depth conversation with the board, especially about the budget, the bond, and the allocation of funds. And happy Teacher Appreciation Week, and thank you.
Mindy Bryan, please begin.
Miss Bryan, no luck. Miss Bryan, can you please turn on your camera? Can we skip her and go to whoever's next? Ma'am, I think you're on mute. We cannot hear you. Ma'am? Well, she may not be able to hear me.
Mindy Bryan, can you turn on your audio?
Okay, let's come back to her.
Is this for Ella Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, apologies. We did not have this name in our list.
Sorry, yeah.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, it's because I didn't know how to change it.
I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I'm an HISD student. Today I'm speaking on item 2, selection of district created curriculum for my mom, who is at home from work yet. Please ensure the district curriculum contains all the T's. For example, English 1 and English 2 should include 1C, making formal presentations, and 3, independent reading. 10A, composing fiction and poetry, and all of 11, inquiry and research. Any improved district curriculum should contain all the T's. I think automatically enrolling students into advanced classes, as long as there's a way for them to opt out, is a great thing, but students won't be prepared to be successful in advanced classes or complete with peers outside the district if they aren't taught novels, research skills, how to present, and how to work in groups. Also, teacher retention is important. In order to accredit, teachers need to have graduate level work in the subject area. Constantly providing beginner level trained teachers is very expensive. If we want students to be successful, we should try to retain experienced teachers who know the subject matter of the tests and their students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mindy Bryan, please begin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you now.
I don't know what to do. My computer says, or my phone says it's playing the video. I'll stop it and start it again.
Oh, we can see your computer. Flip it around. There you go. All right.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Go ahead.
I am an HISD alum, current parent, former teacher, and I just wanted to remind the board that in December, Mr. Miles told the media that a wraparound specialists, all of them, were needed positions and that they would not be subject to budget cuts. And yet, of course, this week, roughly 170 wraparound specialist positions were cut, in fact, for next year. In short, I'm appalled about the lack of support that will be available to some of Houston's most vulnerable children come August. I feel strongly that having a person on site at each campus to address issues in real time is imperative to fully meet the needs of our kids. And then, as a speaker earlier reminded me that the practice of pausing teachers while teaching for real-time coaching, I forgot about that having been mentioned before, and how interesting that real-time coaching is a priority, but real-time services to our neediest children is not. The 8 Sunrise Centers, which in theory will bolster the work of nearly 30 wraparound specialists that will be left in the district, are too far and few between to fulfill their purpose in its entirety. It's not enough. Let me just say that again. It's not enough.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lucy Moreno, please begin. Ms. Moreno, please turn your camera on.
Okay, give me just a moment. Sorry.
We can see you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Lucia Moreno. I am a retired teacher from HISD of 15 years. And I am calling because I was just wanting to talk to you about the Oh, it went off again?
No, ma'am, we can see you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am a retired teacher from HISD. The lighting is low only because I just walked in my house. I'm sorry. My dog was dying and I was taking care. Okay.
Okay.
And I was just calling about the bilingual program and wondering if it will continue, because so far I've heard that Rucker has let go of 4 bilingual pre-K teachers. And they're hiring, but I only see general ed. So I'm just worried about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
This concludes our Zoom speakers.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That concludes our hearing of speakers. We are now ready to consider a discussion and report item. The first of those is presentation of Goal 4 Progress Measures 4.1 and 4.2. Mr. Miles, you have the floor.
Madam President, Deputy Chief Stacy Vinson will address the progress monitoring report.
Hi, Ms. Vinson. Are we good? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, board managers. Tonight, I'll be presenting to you the Goal Progress Measure 4.1 and 4.2, which really feeds into Goal 4. Students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services that achieve growth as measured by Domain 2, Part 8 of the State Accountability System will increase from 63% in August 2023 to 78% in August 2028. So the Goal Progress Measure 4.1 that feeds into that goal states the percentage of students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Do y'all need on the, how'd you do it? Hit my computer? Hit agenda. Oh, hit agenda. Sorry.
Discussion of reports. Click on active item.
I've got it in paper. I don't know. You got it, Angie?
And then you hit document.
Rick, look at you. Our IT assistant. Rick does it all. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So Goal Progress Measure 4.1 is the percentage of students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services that have a conditional growth index of 0.6 or higher on NWEA MAP in reading will increase from 32% in January 2024 to 47% in May of 2028. And so last month I was here presenting on Goal Progress Measure 4.3, which is about students with disability meeting those standards. And so tonight's goals are around growth in reading and math. And so that 0.6 really, what does that mean? It means that our student exceeded the normal growth. And so looking at our numbers at middle of the year, 32% of our students with disabilities met that growth progress standard in reading. And so you'll see in that chart the projection, and we are on track to meet our end of year target, which is 33%. Underneath that goal, you'll see the actual star assessment from last year around growth in reading. And so last year, 63% of our students with disabilities met that growth standard, and we are expecting that we're going to increase that over the next 5 years with that graph. If you look on at the next information, you'll see that again in reading, in that conditional growth indicator, 8 out of the 8 student groups are on track to meet their target. On figure 3, you'll see that our African American students as well as our white students were in alignment with their non-disabled peers. All other groups were within 7% of their non-disabled peers. So as we look at the levels of, or the root causes, the root causes of the low proficiency in reading, we continue to just talk about the things that we've talked the last 3 board meetings and the progress measure, that having that lack of quality instruction, which we've been really working on, and we're continuing, we're at that progressing level now as we continue to provide that professional development. You know, our students did not have the science of reading where we were able to really provide instruction in decoding and language comprehension skills. And then last month, I specifically talked about specially designed instruction, where our committees take the information from these reports, look at the data on those students, and create individualized education programs for those students to be implemented in the classroom, and how we are training our teachers as well as our principals on what specially designed instruction looks like in Houston ISD. Moving forward, you'll see some supplemental data. The first graph really shows what we talked about last week, the MEET standard in comparison to the growth standard. So you can see that our students with disabilities have really have progressed in the area of growth. In figure 5, you'll see that same information broken down by student groups as well as NES, NESA, and non-NESA campuses. You'll see that the student groups and the NES and NESA had higher growth index than the students in non-NES. Figure 6 goes down to our lower grades where we provide the circle exam and pre-K through 4. And so you'll see the comparison of students with disabilities against their non-disabled peers and letter names and letter sounds. Of course, we utilize this information specifically in those lower grades for instructional components as well as professional development moving forward. You'll also see in figure 7 the DIBELS and Lectora results of our students with disabilities against their non-disabled peers. Notice that this number of students in these groups where students of disabilities are lower than their non-disabled peers, because technically most of the time this is the time where these students, this data is actually being utilized for if their students are struggling and there may be a need for identification and a referral to special education in these lower grades. That's where we're seeing most of that early intervention and early referral status. I'm going to move over the action plan, and I'll do that at the end as we go into math. And so we're moving into goal progress measure 4.2, which states that the percentage of students in grades 4 through 8 who receive special education services that have that conditional growth index of 0.6 or higher on NWA MAP in math will increase from 30% in January 24 to 45% in May of 2025. So at the growth progress measure at middle of the year, 30% of the district students with disabilities are meeting that conditional growth index of 0.6 or higher in math. And then you'll see that next comparison of students that show growth on STAR in the area of math. And last year we were at 63% in math, and we're expecting to continue to progress in that area. In the next chart, you'll also see this information created by or divided into student groups once again. And so 8 out of the 8 student groups are on track to meet that target. You'll also see, again, the same information in comparison of students with disabilities with their non-disabled peers. All groups are within 6% of their non-disabled peers. Our African American students with disabilities are actually showing a smaller difference of 3% against their non-disabled peers. So, you know, again, it's really that same root cause analysis, focusing on that high quality instruction as well as the specially designed instruction for our students with disabilities. Moving on to figure 11, you'll see the same type of comparison, the data that we looked at last month in comparison to the data we're looking at this month that shows growth. Figure 12 goes into that same information and by student groups as well as NES, NESA, and non-NESA. You'll again see that the students in the NES and NESA are showing a higher conditional growth index. Looking at our students in our younger grades in math, going back to that circle exam, you can see that how our students with disabilities are comparing against their non-disabled peers. And so there again, we would use this information to really look at how we, what instruction looks like in those lower grade levels, as well as the professional development of our teachers. Figure 14, it shows NWA MAP scores for our students in K through 3 who met that conditional growth index. Again, these numbers of students with disabilities in the lower grades are consistent with just really the identification and those grade levels. Although our students with disabilities did do better in math in this area than they did in reading at this age level. The gap is smaller. So what, as a district, are we doing in response to all of this data? We have had a really hyper-focused plan starting with our superintendent as well as our division teams, academics, the Office of Special Education, as well as our campus staff really working together to make a change in special education and making sure that our students are progressing at the level that we need them to be at. With this, we created a new principal evaluation that included special education compliance instruction as part of the principal evaluation. We also looked at our organizational structure and pushed our teams out directly to those divisions so that they could have that support close to the campus. We've increased our salaries of special education teachers so that we can recruit and retain our teachers so that all of our students have certified special education teachers. We're going to continue, of course, to monitor the MAP data, the DIBELS data, and the CIRCLE data because we are in this continuous improvement cycle. So as we continue to review this data, we'll determine the professional development, if there's any instructional changes that we need to make for our students. Do you have any questions?
I'm sure we do. Start over here. Adam, you got any questions?
Yes. First, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that achievement at this level is pretty amazing. We're talking about a population of students that is learning and growing at a rate almost 2 times what they should be in this particular space. And so I'm excited to see that we've achieved this level, and I want to acknowledge that because some of my questions may seem counter to that, but it's really trying to get to the next level, if you will. So good job, excellent job. I love seeing students grow at this level, and I hope that we can continue on that same path going forward. My concern, if I could say, is that we're charting on a path to get to 47% in 5 years. So we're taking student growth that is already amazing, and we want to see consistency along the path for a continued period over the course of 5 years and beyond. And we want to take 50% of our students, essentially, and I'll just round it up, and get them to a place where they're learning 1.5 to 2 times in a year what a normal student would be expected to learn. Again, love the goal. I love the aspiration that we're shooting for, because over time, the expectation would be that while we're achieving low now, we're going to see some results later that are counter to that. So I see your action steps, and I want to just connect the dots between the two as we make progress towards that 5-year goal. Do we feel that what we're doing is sufficient in order to see continual growth in that space? And then how and what will kind of the markers be that help us in the community connect with what that actually means?
Yes. So, you know, everyone that has come up in front of this board to provide data on progress monitoring has stated that the quality of instruction within the district has been lacking. And so, of course, and that's tier 1 for all students. And most of our students with disabilities are served in the general education classrooms. And so really having that high quality instruction at the tier 1 level is we're going to continue to see growth in that. Right now, in the short amount of time, we're seeing growth. However, I think it's something that we have to continue to evaluate throughout the way, because right now we're seeing growth, but are we going to see that same rate of growth next year? We'll have to evaluate that, and there may need to be other instructional strategies implemented for specific groups of students. I also think that as we look at specially designed instruction, because like we talked about last month, that students with disabilities being served in special education, they have a disability and they have to show an educational need. And so as we continue to gather more data on what are the specific areas that they need, that where those gaps are, then of course we would beef up the instruction, maybe instructional materials in that area, and also, provide our teachers the resources on how to teach those lessons specifically. So it's definitely a continuous improvement process that we're going to have to continue to evaluate throughout, every semester, really.
Gotcha. And then just to follow up, so in respect to the particular data in this arena, is it that this population within the group of students is segregated in the data, or meaning are they compared to other special ed students, or who are they compared to?
They, in the MAP testing, they are compared to all students. So there is, this is compared a nationally normed test for all students.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about MAP? Is it correct that the expected growth is variable across achievement levels under the MAP standards? In other words, the kids at the lowest achievement level have an expectation of higher growth than the kids at the higher level of achievement?
Correct.
Okay. And does the 0.6 take that into account?
So on MAP, there's a couple of things we're looking at. So when we say met expected growth, then we're talking about every child based on where they at, the percentile growth, their percentile, based across the entire country. Their target is set to keep them at the same percentile, and in that way, it's differentiated. On conditional growth index, very technical term. It's a matter not just of the percentile, but how they've grown from the start to the middle to the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody over there have a better answer? Okay.
Okay.
And if I can have one comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, and so whenever we're looking for MET, that's, my understanding is that's zero.
Correct.
So 0 is kind of the mean standard deviation. Right. 0.6 would be
0.6
exceeds growth.
Exceed.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're saying met expected growth on NWA, what you want to see is 50%. Above 50, because that's the average group of kids will be above 50.
Could you, on this goal, the action steps, the bottom the bottom bullet point here, increase salaries on special education. We talk about increasing salaries for teachers in the NES schools and also in the special ed schools. Connect the dots on how does increased salaries improve the quality of education?
Well, we know that teachers are the heart of educating our students, and so when special education, of course, is in a critical shortage area, and that's not just here in Houston ISD, but that's nationwide. And so really increasing those salaries, number one, is a way to attract teachers so that our students that have the most needs have that consistent teacher in front of them, as well as retaining our teachers that we have that meet that, for our most significant, our students with the most significant needs.
So if you're retaining teachers and you're attracting new teachers, how are you making sure that the quality of their instruction is where you want it?
So definitely professional development, but also following up those professional development sessions with our division team support. So within our division organizational structure, as our principals are conducting spot observations and getting feedback, then our coordinators and directors are out there working alongside those principals to say, okay, I need this person trained, or can you come in and do a PLC on this specific topic? So we're really bringing that PD into the school so that we can really target those specific areas that are needed at that campus with the principal's direction as well as the executive director of the feeder.
Any questions on this end of the dais? Ms. Ozanne Bandy?
Thank you for the information. We had a question in the Q&A document around just the differences in the growth at for all students with disabilities at NES and NESA schools and non-NESA schools. So it figure 5. I'm looking at the math.
Yes.
I'm looking at the reading one now, but
I can.
yeah, I kind of flipped on my own. So, but both of them show that the students with disabilities at NESA and NES schools are showing higher growth. And the response to that was around basically like the NES model being differential for those students. I'm wondering if you could speak to, and it'd be nice if we could get some data on, so we have some information comparing the different schools' growth, CGI, but do we also have that information for the different schools, the different subgroups, and the meets grade level criteria? I'm curious as to, we see the growth, but how are they actually faring when it comes to meeting the grade level in reading and math? Can you speak to that, the different schools?
So last month at the Goal Progress Monitoring, we did the data report on the meets grade level. And so when you see figure 11 up here, and this is actually in math, that is that blue line is how our students with disabilities are meeting grade level, not necessarily at schools, but by specific student groups. I don't have that with me tonight on schools, but I can definitely get it for you.
I think it would be helpful to see that view, just because if the kind of response, or I think the response is around that students at NESA and NES schools are going to grow more because of where they are potentially, then it'd be nice to just see the comparison. You know, again, are we meeting grade level or are we not at these schools, just to see that comparison. Because again, the goal is around all students with disabilities, and the goal doesn't specify the model or the school, you know, it's all. So it'd be nice to see that meets grade level information for breaking that down.
Okay, I can get that for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Flowers?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work on this. You spoke to this, but somewhat, but I want to get back to this, the progression. And so we have this modest marker for this year, and over time, the progress to get to the end, we're going to do more increases over time. One, can you talk at all about how we decided where to ramp up, and if we're saying, well, this year it was because of the change of putting the model in place. When we look over time and see this shift, are we thinking it is a natural progression because it's more years of the teachers working with the model, or are we thinking there are going to be new innovations that are to come?
Yes, ma'am, I can speak to that because it follows the discussion we had early on when we set the goals for almost all the metrics, and we proposed at that time, because there's newness, there's a learning curve, there's transition, there's supports that needed to be in place, that we would grow slowly at first, and then pick up steam as we go on. So that was the rationale for 1 or 2 percentage points, if you remember that debate, and then grow a little bit faster. Again, the first couple of years, there's a steeper learning curve. We're moving people in, we're moving people out, we're changing some of the supports, we're looking at IEPs differently. So it would take a little bit of a learning curve, and then as more kids get used to a more rigorous instructional model, it would grow faster.
Thank you. And then my other question is about adding the SPED compliance and SPED instruction into the principal evaluation. Can you talk about your plan to help principals to meet that learning curve if that's not their specialty? So I appreciate that it's named, and so it's named and present for everyone, but what's the plan? And in addition to all the other coaching you're doing for them to meet the needs of all teachers, how do you get them ready for this SPED aspect of evaluation?
So really all the things that we're doing are preparing them to meet proficiency in that compliance. So as we're conducting our folder reviews, we're looking at quality instruction, and so some of that data is in the evaluation, as well as we really had a strong focus this year on compliance timelines to make sure that our students were served within the timelines. And so those are part of the compliance timelines. And so every week, the division superintendents and their executive directors receive a report from my office on their specific schools around compliance, around evaluations, any type of corrective action that may be happening on any campuses. They review that report, they get with the division special education unit teams, and they really plan out their plan of action. So sometimes it's going to the campus and just, with the folder reviews, we sit down with principals and their executive directors and had conversations, and they don't, nobody's not doing their job intentionally. Sometimes it's just, I didn't know, or, now I can do better. And so we've started our end of year folder reviews actually this past week, and some of the dialogue that is happening now is we're seeing so much progress across the team that's reviewing the folders. They're super excited because they're actually seeing that they went back and they took that data. And remember, this is the first time in HISD that I think principals have actually received a report that demonstrated their special ed compliance in this way. And so, there were a lot of healthy conversations around that report and what they can do better for their students. And so, what we're seeing now is that they're really taking that information. They're not waiting on us to get there. They're like, no, let me set my, processes on my campuses so that I can make sure that this is happening. So we're already seeing that just kind of like on-the-job training in response to what they're doing.
I really appreciate that for SPED compliance. What I'd urge and will continue to ask about and want follow-up about is, so compliance is about awareness, and then they understand it and can do it. SPED instruction is a whole specialty. So what I'm interested in, so it's great to get compliance down, and once you've got it, okay, right, you can move forward. But SPED instruction, really looking at a plan that uses that special ed unit team in a way that it helps that if they're going to be an instructional leader on SPED, that's a pretty heavy specialty. So that beyond compliance, you're really supporting them, or that the SPED unit team is leading there until that principal's ready. Because I think it should be there. I think it's right, but it's tough, and they're going to need lots of support and a plan around it.
Yes.
Any other questions over here? You got a question? Oh, Jeanette, go ahead.
Thank you. I think you might have addressed my question a little bit, but I wanted to clarify, thank you, around the action step around the district-wide support plan, the prioritization of special ed initiatives. Just, could you help me understand or kind of visualize a little better what that would look like in order to meet the goals that we're trying to meet for our special ed students? What sort of initiatives would we start to see as this plan comes together? And just a little bit more detail or description of what the support plan would look like for the district.
We really hit child find hard at the beginning of the year, and that's actually one of our exit criteria. And so we trained over 20,000 employees on the child find module from TEA, as well as provided principal training on that within the principal meeting. We've seen an increase in identification of our students with that. So that's an initiative that we're really, have worked on, and we're seeing more students being identified quicker. And the other piece is the compliance piece, because we were completely, with our timelines last year, we were out 515 initial art timelines, and we're still holding strong at like 10 right now. So really, we've done a lot around just getting systems in place so that we can meet that as compliance. But I understand where you're going with the instructional piece, because that is really our next step, where as in our folder review, we did look at IEPs. We did look at what was written in the IEPs to see if it met the student's need based on their data, to make sure that there were quality IEPs in place. And then we're really working on the implementation of that IEP in the classroom, looking at that data, the progress monitoring of the IEP, looking at how accommodations are being implemented in the classroom, and starting to have those coaching conversations around that with teachers, with principals, and then planning our training, because we know our training has to look different, because you can't just go to training in the summer and think that everything is going to, just translate into the classroom. So we have to continue with that on-the-job coaching on the implementation of the IEP, not with just our special education teachers, but our general education teachers.
Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon. Let me just say I was able to attend the Special Education Forum over at Energy High School. Great forum. I really wish we had more parents there, but it was great resources. I was able to talk to parents, and for those who don't know, they actually had a session in which if the parent had a concern, they could discuss their concern with one of the HISD reps. So I appreciate that aspect, because I know, again, although it was not a lot of people, but I know some of them took advantage of that opportunity to say, this is what I'm experiencing in my school. Let me have a conversation. So that was good. So thank you for that. My question is about Figure 5. Now, next year, it'll be a little bit different, right? Because NESA and NES will be wrapped into one. But when we look at the differences between NES and NESA, what can you detail about the possibility of why there's a gap? Because it's the same curriculum, same model. So what is the big difference there between, because it's 6 and 7 points sometimes?
So, of course, with the NES model, the campuses didn't have a choice in opting in, where NESA did. So in the NES campuses, we expect to see that higher growth, because there is more growth to be expected, if that makes sense. And so that's what I would conclude from that data.
Any other questions? Anybody else? Nope. All right. Very good. If we can get out of this screen. We need Rick to help us. Oh, Rick, look at that.
On the floor.
On the floor. Look at that. All right, thank you. Okay. I have a motion. Okay.
I just made it.
Very good.
I just made a motion to
accept.
approve take the acceptance of the board monitoring update presentation on Goal 4, Progress Measure 4.1 and 4.2.
Okay, and that's been seconded by Michelle Cruz Arnold. Any discussion before we vote? Okay, please vote. Nine in favor. The motion passes. Next, we will consider action items on the agenda. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We have one item pulled from the consent agenda for discussion tonight. Item 2, selection of district-created curriculum. May I have a motion to approve this item?
How can y'all be in the district's interest when most people in the
What,
district don't want it?
sir, please don't interrupt. We're doing business of the district. I've got a motion by Mr. Campo. A motion by Mr. Campo and a second by Ms. Lamont Flowers. Is there discussion? I know it's been pulled by a number of my colleagues, so I can start at this end and we can work our way down, or however you like. Somebody want to lead us off? I'll start by saying thank you, Chief Hull, for providing us with the memo and the answers to our questions. I know there were a lot of questions that came out through the Q&A, and so we appreciate the time that you and your team spent answering our questions. I think there may be a few that are outstanding. So, Ms. Bandy, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. We may loop around again. So, Chief Hull, there was a question about, I asked a question, I'll just speak to my question, about the, with the, us kind of being told to move slowly with the results that we have on NWEA as far as how it will forecast how well a student does on STAR. I mean, we were told that because we discussed the report that I as a parent got, and it predicted how well my child would do, but we were told to, you know, 1 or 2 data points a trend does not make. And then with the lack of STAR data, how can we and the community be confident in this curriculum with the lack of peer review, research-based analysis, not a full year of data, not, you know, multiple years of data? Can you just talk a little bit about, you know, what success looks like so far when it comes to measuring how well the NES curriculum and model has been implemented at the schools?
Great. Thank you so much for your question. I think there's a couple of things that I would call out in response. The first is the process in which the NES curriculum is developed. One of the most important components of the curriculum is that it covers 100% of the standards. So the first step in the development process is to do the big picture planning.
I'm sorry.
Where we
Chief
step
Hull,
back. Yep.
I apologize. We're trying to hear from the chief here, so if folks could keep their comments to themselves, that would be appreciated. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the first thing we do is we map out big picture planning to say what are the standards that we're going to cover each day over the course of the year so that we know all of the standards are covered. Once we do that, we select the standard that we're going to focus on for a particular lesson. Thank you. We select the standard we're going to cover for a particular lesson, and then we use state-approved curriculum to build the learning and the student activities and the student practice around that specific standard that we're focusing on for each day. So every single lesson is directly aligned to the Texas standard. standards using the TEA and SBOE, State Board of Education approved resources. In addition to that, we then build the differentiated assignments and lessons that don't exist in any product on the market right now. So there's no product that we could purchase that has those 4 differentiated assignments for the LSAE time in NES. So after that's done, we have teams of people that review the lessons together in what we call a brain trust. The writer, the vetters, the expert teachers, they review the lessons together before they're published externally for our teachers. They're then published externally for our teachers at least 2 weeks in advance of the lesson so that teachers have time to review and internalize. They have systems where they can comment and let us know if there's any issues, and then we continue forward. So the review process in and of itself is one that really ensures that every single lesson is designed in alignment to the standards using TEA-approved materials and SBOE-approved materials that are at grade level and remain rigorous. So I think that's one thing I would say in the response to how we know it's high quality. The second thing that I would say is that we understand how TEA defines high quality. They have a rubric in which high quality is defined. It's really based in three parts. One is the product aligned to the standards? And that's part of what I explained. One of the primary things we do at the start of every single lesson is ensure that that's true. The second is it aligned to the research-based practices that brain science shows relates to how students learn? And then the third is, does it have strong teacher implementation supports? So when we build our curriculum, we're really taking into account those 3 things. Our curriculum team was trained by TEA-approved providers on those things themselves, so they have that background and that context as well whenever they're developing the materials.
And I might, could I add something too? Another caution I would have besides, 1 or 2 data points don't make a trend. One has to be very careful about tying an outcome to a curriculum. No curriculum company would guarantee an outcome because there's so much more than curriculum in the outcome. One is how you implement, the quality of the instruction, how effective the teacher is, whether they're new to, it's a lot of different things. So to say we're getting results and then say it's because of the curriculum, or we're not getting results and say it's part of the curriculum, that's a footnote that you'd have to make in any research. You might want to add to that.
That's exactly right. Even in TEA's review process and the State Board of Education review process, that's not part of their review process, because while they can evaluate the quality of the curriculum, they can't measure how well it's being implemented, and therefore they can't look at that peer-reviewed stuff. So that's a big part of it, and that's why TEA doesn't take that into account even when they review and approve curriculums for quality.
And just a footnote, another footnote, Chief Hull did this at the state level. She was the deputy commissioner of TEA, responsible for curriculum across the entire state. So she knows what she's talking about. Doesn't mean that the curriculum is you should vote on. It's just I want to give her credibility for understanding the process.
That's thank you for that. And that raises another question I have. Chief Hull, in your experience, because you had a view of Texas, in your position, were you informed of the school districts, made aware of the school districts that created their own curriculum? And I'm just wondering how unique that is, or how much we see that.
It's fairly common, actually. At least 100 across Texas do, and it's a very common practice to have a scope and sequence that is set by a district, and then teachers will kind of build all of the different lessons themselves, pulling from a number of resources. That's a very common practice across the state. It's also one of the reasons that TEA does not have the capacity to review individual locally developed curriculum across all of Texas. So they review curriculum that are built by national publishers, and those national publishers are selling across Texas. Those are the products that TEA and the State Board of Education reviews. They do not have the practice right now of reviewing an individual district's locally developed curriculum.
And then just for, I guess, kind of take a step back for context for a non-educator, when does a teacher using resources to maybe teach a lesson versus a district created curriculum, like what is the difference in the two? And then how will the district utilize the published Amplify, Eureka, Carnegie, Go Math, whatever we have moving forward if this created curriculum is approved? I actually two questions, sorry. But.
Yes, I'll try to address the first. One of the things when I was at TEA, one of the things that we experienced is that when teachers and districts did not have a curriculum that they were following, they were spending a lot of their free time finding things online, Googling things, pulling things from teachers, pay teachers. And when that was studied more broadly, what that often led to is resources that were being taught below grade level. So one of the really important components whenever we're thinking about curriculum is that every single student, every single day, receives on grade level instruction, even if those students are behind. Because if they get stuff below grade level continuously, then they really will never catch up. And that's really the movement of learning acceleration. You always want to teach your students grade level instruction every day, and that will help catch them up, even if they're behind. So one of the things we want to make sure is true across is that the curriculum that's provided, whether that be locally developed or whether that be a state-approved or TEA-approved resource, is that it remains on grade level every day. And that's one of the really helpful components around ensuring that teachers have that starting resource in place. For the NES curriculum, they can take that starting resource and adapt it for their students as long as they're staying focused on that learning objective for that day, because that learning objective is what's directly tied to our standards. So we really want to make sure they're staying focused on the right grade level standard for that particular grade and content area. They have a baseline set of activities and resources that allow them to ensure their starting point is on grade level instruction, and then they can adapt that for their students and their needs. But then they're spending their planning time, which is very precious, adapting for their needs instead of online Googling things, trying to find things that fit together. And that's a really important support that teachers have as a part of this model. Can you repeat your second question? Sorry to give you two. It was basically how, moving forward, will the district incorporate the purchased, published? Correct. With the new stuff. This item is for NES materials. All NES schools will use the NES materials. For non-NES, they had options for what they could select. And what we're actually doing is making sure that of all of the options that were available, if any of them have not been approved by this board or a previous board, we will make sure that we take that non-NES item to the board in June. So the board historically has approved many resources for curriculum use. Many of those are the resources that some of our non-NES schools are using. But anything that was not approved we'll take in June for non-NES. But that's where Amplify, Eureka, some of those others would come into play.
Okay. Ms. Arnold. And before you start, I'm just going to remind the board that our job with regard to curriculum is to ensure that we have enough information to feel comfortable that the curriculum is in alignment with our goals and constraints. That's our job. So anyway, with that, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Chief Hull. You just answered one of my questions about the board item in June. Mm-hmm. Do you anticipate how many curriculum programs might be on that list from the non-NES campuses?
We provided most campuses with 3 options in each content area, and C&D, non-NES C&D campuses were, they're going to choose from one of those 3 options, and A and B can choose from those 3 options, but they can also choose other things. So we sent a survey out to all of our non-NES principals so they could make decisions on what they would like to purchase, because we support them centrally in making those orders so we can get the best discounts. And we're evaluating that now, and we can bring some of those results soon. But for the most part, it's about 3 per in a particular content area or grade band.
And so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but on those curriculum items, will those products have parent portal compliance? Will they meet those, or do you know yet?
We are going to work, TEA, the legislature passed 1605, House Bill 1605, and so we're working with TEA just to make sure that we're on their timeline and aware of the parent portal rules. For the most part, the parent portal in House Bill 1605 refers to a requirement of the publishers, where publishers are required to post those materials for parents. And then they will review publishers again as a part of 1605 and ensure that that compliance piece is met. So if that's what you're referring to, then we are keeping tabs on that.
Okay. And so I think that's where my real question comes with the NES curriculum, is the intersection with the parent portal compliance. And like, what are the visions for the ability of parents with students in NES campuses to see the curriculum? And like, who owns that burden? Is it the actual people, the producers of the curriculum? Is it the curriculum writers within HISD?
It's not a requirement for the NES. It's not a requirement for locally developed curriculum.
Because it's not HQIM, correct?
No, I would say our curriculum is high quality instructional materials. It's not going through the state board approval process, and that is where it's required.
Okay. And so you can probably tell I asked quite a few of the questions around HQIM. Is it possible that the review through Region 4 might be a faster process than going through the formal state board process at some point?
What I would generally say is a couple things. One, the state has and is building a process for review. I would recommend against going through a different process for review, because they're not the same, and we really would want to stay true to the state definition of what high quality is and how that's measured. So going through another and separate review process is something that I think could potentially move us away from what the state would be defining and considering high quality. So that's the first thing. The other thing that I think is really important and important to note, when you have a locally developed curriculum, you actually have a lot of flexibility to continuously update that curriculum based on parent feedbacks, teacher feedback, campus feedback. When a product goes through the state review process, they have to freeze it for almost a year because they have to submit something that's going to be reviewed, and then the review process takes a certain amount of time, so it's really frozen for a while. And then even after it's frozen, they actually have to request anytime they want to make a change, and that has to go through the state and the state board. So it gives you lose a lot of flexibility, I think, to continuously adapt based on feedback, which is just another reason why there's actually a benefit to locally developed curriculum. What we have seen, and this is, with my TEA hat on, is that oftentimes a publisher will create a product for school districts. School districts will purchase up to an 8-year license for that product. They will not continuously improve that product for 8 years because they already received long license purchases from most districts in Texas. And so it really limits that continuous improvement, and for a teacher that can feel like that's a very static thing. So there's a lot of benefit to that. And even in the state review process, one of the reasons the quality review is so important is that if a publisher's product did not meet the bar, it encouraged them to continuously improve before that 8 years, even whenever they didn't. So all of that to say there's a continuous improvement benefit to not having to go through one of the review processes that takes a long time. One, they don't take there's not a historic practice of reviewing locally developed curriculum anyways, but also it allows us to continuously improve, which we want to do.
Thank you.
Ms. Lindner?
Thank you very much. I appreciate seeing the list of non-NES schools that have adopted some part, I think, of NES curriculum. So I appreciate understanding what is the incentive for these schools? Is it because they feel that this is going to help them achieve improved student outcomes for their students? Is there a financial incentive for this? Could you help me understand why these schools chose? And if we expect long-term, is the vision that more schools would leverage this curriculum, and is there a cost benefit for the district around that as well?
For sure. So I can't speak on behalf of principals, but what I can tell you is what we told them, which is you have 3 options, and we will pay for all of those 3 options. So our goal was to truly allow principals to make the choice that made sense for them and their campus for non-NES C&D schools. Make the choice that makes sense for their campus, and we didn't want to give them a financial burden in that choice because we truly wanted it to be their choice. And then same for A and B. A and B we would also fund if they chose off of that list. So that's the guidance that we gave them to ensure they still had some flexibility in those selections, and that they were financially supported in that. Even in the midst of what is happening, it was a priority to ensure high quality curriculum was funded.
And I can add to anecdotal information. I was at Waltrip yesterday or the day before. I was at Rucker a week ago, Patterson, and several other in the last 3 weeks. The principals told me that the teachers are using, and I actually saw it in the elementary schools, the non-NES or the NES curriculum in the non-NES schools. And I asked why, and it provides grade level material, and that's really important. That's something I want to emphasize. Grade level, especially for underserved kids or kids who are behind in our country. A lot of students, in fact, if you look at the research from TNTP from November 2018, it's 38% of students who are behind, who are minority students, never receive grade level instruction in a year. So whether you believe that or not, it is research based. It is clear to educators that that happens. So it's grade level instruction, and the teachers don't have to look for their own resources. And so they can, and they don't have to use it, they don't have to do LSAE, but it's there. It also allows them to differentiate. So if they have a group of students who need extra scaffolding, then they look at the L work or the S1 work. If they have students who are accelerated, they give them the accelerated work. So it's very convenient for the teachers, and they pick and choose. If they don't like a piece, they throw that out. But at least a very solid curriculum that also provides differentiated lessons is right there, and it saves them a lot of time.
Ms. Flowers?
I just have one question about differentiation, and I know that the teachers have the ability to adapt the lesson. How do you feel the communication is right now for the teachers in terms of understanding whatever that bandwidth is about adapting? There's just been lots of conversation about whether they can change it, whether they can't. In terms of right now in May, how do you feel the understanding across the district is for the teachers in terms of those parameters?
I think it's a great question. I think one of the things Mr. Mile does really great is he says really clearly what the non-negotiable expectations are, really clearly that you have to have your learning objectives stated, really clearly that you have to be working towards helping students master that demonstration of learning, but it never says follow the slide by slide. And in fact, when the walks are done, when we do spot observations, we don't know what is supposed to be that day, right? You're walking into a class and you're looking for high quality instruction. We're not checking, hey, what are the slides that are being shown that day? What's in front of the teacher? So we're looking for them to have internalized those lessons, made them their own, adapt them for their students so that they can be engaging their students in that high quality instruction in a particular day.
I could add to, I want to name that in the beginning, there's probably were some principals who weren't sure what they could adjust, and therefore told the teachers, no, we're gonna follow this exactly. We worked hard all year long to talk about how you internalize. That's a word that the schools will use and know. And during the PLCs, during the planning, the teachers were asked to internalize it, change the lesson to make sure it fits not just your own style, but also for the students. And I suspect still there are some teachers who just defer to the lesson, and but they are given the leeway to internalize. Now, the lesson objective in the DOL, no, that's not, because what we saw also at the beginning of the year, some people took the internalization to say, well, then I'm going to, go below grade level, and I'm going to, make it less rigorous because that's where my kids are. Instead of doing what is best practice, which is teach at grade level, use a lot of scaffolding and supports, and then differentiate the instruction. So we keep working on that. I think now in May, it's much better. And I think the principals, now that they're used to that, and even the teachers, next year will have more from the beginning, an understanding that what internalization means and how much you can deviate from the actual lessons.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Kimbo, anything?
I'm good.
Mr. Martinez?
So you mentioned earlier about the review process, and I think that's one thing I want to make sure that I understand. When we talk about improving the quality or ensuring that we have quality materials, what is that process to audit, to review, feedback, and then what have we learned from this year to make the materials better that we can implement next year?
That's a great question. So in the review process itself, I think one of the big improvements from this year is, and we implemented it this year already, it's been going on for a while, but after the writer spends time developing the lesson, we do what we call a brain trust, where we have the writer, a curriculum vettor, an expert teacher, and oftentimes another person even, who review that lesson together. It has more people looking at that lesson, internalizing it, going through it, so that vetting process can be put in place, so that we can catch anything that maybe was missed. People can ask questions if the writer thought about something differently that maybe one of the other experts caught or thought about differently. So they can have really healthy discussion, and they can get that lesson to a much stronger place. So the vetting process for every lesson is one of the really big, the brain trust process for every lesson is one of the big things we did right away early on to make sure that every lesson had multiple people spending time and looking at it. And then the other thing that I would say for this year has been one of the big focuses for improvement has just been that really strong focus on alignment. So I can't say enough the importance of saying, hey, every single lesson starts with a learning objective that directly ties to one of the text's essential knowledge and skills. And whenever that lesson is built, once that learning objective is clearly stated, all of the activities are really tied directly back to that learning objective. And so we did continuous trainings for the curriculum team and for our campuses to make sure that focus on alignment was really clear, so that we could really ensure each minute and purpose and activity within the lesson had that strong tie to the standards.
One last question. One of the community members mentioned about ESL. So talk to me about that process. How do we create the curriculum in Spanish for our students, if we're doing that?
We do. So in NES, dual language is required. It was required this year for kinder through second, next year for kinder through third. So we build the master, we know what the schedule is for NES, and so we know the materials that they need to teach in English and Spanish. And so for all of the dual language courses that need materials in Spanish, we have whole teams of people working to make sure that those materials are available in both languages so that they can implement the dual language model. You asked your question earlier just around even continuous improvement, and I spoke to some of the things we've done short term, but we are working right now with focus groups of principals and teachers even to figure out some changes for next year. And one of the things we are going to work to do is further embed supports for our emergent bilingual students. There's certain things you can do visually with sentence stems. There's ways we can help the teacher better support our emergent bilingual students just in the design of the specific curriculum and lessons that can help them as they internalize and they think. So that's one of the things that will even further enhance for next year is that piece. And you can do that in both the Spanish-facing lessons where you can have previews of things, review and things in English, and then for the English lessons you can do quick previews and reviews in Spanish, and so you can better integrate and incorporate those quick touch points for those students to help make those connections. So that's one of the improvements.
Ms. Mendoza? No? Mr. Ravon?
So thank you for sharing your expertise. I think one of the things that would be also helpful is if you could just at a high level describe or delineate sort of the difference between like the off-the-shelf curriculum versus a local curriculum, just at a real high level, and then kind of, because I think for most of our constituents, you know, it's like, hey, is this a lesson plan or is this a curriculum, and whether they tie together?
Mm-hmm.
If you could just kind of at a high level touch those points.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. So for the NES curriculum, I think one of the most important things to note is that it has components of it that no other off-the-shelf product would have, and that's the LSAE differentiated assignments. So you'll generally have your core lesson, and I'll talk about the differences between that in a second. You'll have kind of your core lesson where your teacher's teaching all of your students together, but after that, no off-the-shelf product has those additional 4 assignments that tie back to the goal of the lesson, but really will scaffold that goal in different ways for students who either didn't master that objective or need that accelerated support if they did master that objective. So that is one thing, and it's a large portion of what the NES curriculum is writing those 4 differentiated assignments that tie to the lesson for that day. So that's one really, really big, important difference. The other is that I would say is traditionally in off-the-shelf curriculums, you have a teacher guide, so you can think of a really big binder that a teacher will have that will kind of outline their lesson plan for that day, what they need to do and what they need to follow. And then they may also have like a student workbook, for example, that the students have that reflects the teacher guide. And so that's a very common thing in most off-the-shelf products. So another thing that I think the NES curriculum does is it takes away the teacher having to hold up a handbook and kind of read that, and it puts it into a form that that gives the teacher guidance in our student-facing presentation materials. So in our slides, it has already created information that the students can see, and then it has sections for notes for the teacher so they also have that. So it really removes a step for the teacher of them having to take what's in this really large binder that they might carry it around, and it makes it already usable and interactable with the teachers. And when you walk into an NES classroom, they might have the slide up, but they have markers and they're circling things on it. It can be very interactive with the students in a way that kind of a binder in your hand wouldn't be. And I actually, to the earlier question of, why did non-NES schools select the NES curriculum, I got asked by a couple principals just to come help them understand the different products, and so I went a couple times. And one of the things they said is, can these other off-the-shelf products have slides? Because I think it really does save them a lot of work to make to say, hey, how do I take what's in my guide and present it and share that information with those students in a meaningful, helpful way that helps them engage. And then in addition to that, the NES will also have that student-facing work as well, like a traditional off-the-shelf product would. So those are some of the things that I think the addition of the LSAE differentiated assignments are one thing that make it really, really different. And then the addition of taking what's generally in a teacher's guide and putting it on a presentation in a way that allows teachers to have something that's readily available to walk into a classroom and interact with students.
And then just as a follow-up, so thank you. And then secondarily, you mentioned before, and I'm trying to kind of wrap it together, if you will. You mentioned before that you use high-quality materials within the program to kind of develop that curriculum. And so if you could just, in a way to kind of wrap it all up, to say, in addition to that, we're actually using some of this other stuff and how it interacts, and then I'm done.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that really comes back to the core part of the lesson, right? So we talk a little bit about making sure we have that big picture curriculum map in place that is really clear on what day are we covering what standard. And then when we build the student-facing portion of that lesson, that's where we're really pulling from the TEA-approved resources and the state board-approved resources to say, hey, I might be teaching on inferences. Here's some really great activities around that from these products that we know we can use. They're already at grade level. They're already using grade level complex texts. We're really looking at the question, evidence-based responses from the text using that those key practices in those approved materials. So a lot of the activities, the practice is really where we can benefit from those the TEA approved materials and the state board approved materials that we have access to.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Ms. Arnold.
Sorry, but Chief, this may be a question for you or the superintendent. Is there a reason why we are not waiting until after the end of year results to consider this item?
I would say two really important reasons. One, it's generally, even across the state, this is generally something that boards approve around the springtime, in part because whatever decision is made, you have to order products, whatever product you choose, if you're ordering something, usually around February, March, April. We've been working with our publishers on those timelines. If you wait that long, anything that you order for the next school year will not be in the hands of teachers on day one of school. So this has always kind of been a traditional ordering product, and we're a very large district, right? And so we really want to get ahead of making sure we have a lot of clarity on what we're bringing and ordering. So you don't want to typically you don't want to approve it too late because you'll run into that issue of not having enough time prior to the next school year.
So is there a big difference between, and I assume we would have end of year by the June meeting, is there a huge ordering difference between tomorrow and June?
There for sure would be if you were ordering something off the shelf. At this point in the year, every single day would matter.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Anybody? No? Okay. Then we've got a motion by Mr. Campo and a second by Ms. Lamont Flowers. If we can vote, please. And this is on the item that the school board authorize the district-wide use of the HISD developed curriculum effective May 10th, 2024. Please vote. Voting has closed. 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Madam President, may I have a word on that vote? No.
Maybe later.
I just to thank.
Oh, Kristen?
Yeah.
Sure.
I just want to thank Chief Hull and her staff. One of the most important things we did was this curriculum, and very, very tough to do. So just thank you and your team. I know it was really a huge accomplishment, but a lot of work.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda by consensus? I have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Ms. Mendoza. Is there any discussion? No? Okay, please vote. Voting is closed. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion to approve the remainder of tonight's agenda by consensus passes. At this time, the board will recess to closed session under Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed closed session at 9:13 p.m. on May 9th, 2024.